Violence breaks out at the Inner Harbor yet again this weekend. The young victims involved and how the mayor expects to keep crime under control with warmer weather ahead. And today is the final stretch for this year's legislative session in Annapolis. What is expected to take the floor today and what recently passed through lawmakers?
Temperature is a little bit chilly here to kick off your Monday and your brand new work week. We'll talk about how much warmer these numbers get later this afternoon and into the week ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles had a tough Easter weekend. They started strong with a 7-6 win over the Yankees for Friday's home opener. Then Saturday and Sunday, they suffered some tough losses with the final scores 4-1 and then 5-3 last night. Tonight, they'll continue to play at home this time, facing the Oakland Athletics. Good morning to you. It's April 10th here on Monday. Let's start your work week off with some good news for the weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with your forecast this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. We're talking about numbers today that are going to be a little bit closer to average than what we saw with that chillier weekend. But overall, yesterday was still pretty nice for your Easter Sunday. And yeah, looking out over Camden Yards with the lights on here this morning. Had a lot of fun out there on Friday morning. 34 your tip in Cockeysville. We're at 37 in Baltimore City, 35 in Columbia. Actually hanging on to some freeze warnings this morning, and that's going to continue through about 10 a.m. Now, it will be chilly, but we're going to be warmer by the time we head toward the afternoon. And a pretty pleasant week ahead in terms of our temperatures. Morning drive, you might still need those defrosters on, with temperatures staying in the 30s over the next couple of hours, but eventually warming back up. Lots of sun on the way today and not much in the way of rain in our forecast. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's check your traffic here. The Len Stoller Traffic Network. A lot of green on those maps. It's all clear for now. This morning in a city in crisis, a shooting breaks out at the Inner Harbor and chaos returns to the streets. Police confirmed to Fox 45 News 2 young people were injured with gunshot wounds at Pratt and Gay Streets. Here's a look at the scene from the Inner Harbor just last night. Dozens of people were gathered in response to a social media post, the one you see right there. It encouraged people to pop out in the Inner Harbor last night. It comes just days after hundreds of people crowded there in the downtown area on Wednesday. Coming up in our next half hour, Shannon Lilly has the latest developments on what happened overnight. And we pressed the mayor multiple times on how he and the city plans to keep peace this summer. Last week, Mayor Scott wouldn't say much on the topic.
We're never going to talk about that publicly because people that commit crimes in Baltimore watch the news as well, but know that the partnership that we have between myself, State's Attorney Ivan Bates, with our Attorney General Anthony Brown, with our U.S. Attorney Eric Brown, with the Police Commissioner, with our Governor, we're going to work each and every day.
Fox 45 News has also pressed Baltimore City Police Commissioner Michael Harrison about the city's summer crime plan. Now, this is what he had to say.
The plan is to have a robust police presence. The plan, as you heard the mayor, is to provide alternative entertainment and alternative options for young people to have something to do. While that is happening, we will have a robust police presence to do exactly what we did, to work as hard as we can to prevent these things from happening, and if and when they do, to move swiftly to apprehend those who are responsible, like we are witnessing tonight.
Last night, Police Commissioner went on to praise the department for taking action quickly and apprehending 2 suspects who were armed without having any incidents or injuries. Fox 45 News is going to continue to follow what happens downtown at the Inner Harbor. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Today wraps up the legislative session in Annapolis, and lawmakers have passed some bills that deal with crime. Others deal with violent repeat offenders. Those have seemed to stall. Now, these bills are especially important here in Baltimore because of the violence we're seeing in the Inner Harbor. The bill that was backed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates was passed by lawmakers over the weekend, but there are still several up in the air. One of them is the Violent Firearms Offender Act. It was first introduced under the Hogan administration and would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony, as it's currently right now a misdemeanor. Political analyst John Dede says Democrats would need to see more crime before considering moving forward with the bill.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Just ahead in our 5:30 coverage, we'll be taking a deeper dive into what's expected as this session wraps up. And meanwhile, lawmakers did pass a bill limiting where people with wear and carry permits can bring their firearms in public. This bill bans people from bringing their gun within 100 feet of any public place like a hospital, church, restaurant. And some say that will reduce growing gun violence. Others say those with legal guns are not the issue. Critics call this bill unconstitutional and say it will be challenged in court if the governor signs it. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe lawmakers have done enough to address public safety this session? So far, 99% of voters say no. You can make your voice heard, though, right now. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Rescue efforts underway in France this morning following a 5-story building collapse. After the break, the community effort to find those survivors. And this morning, we have a freeze effect in place until 10 a.m. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to look at how these lower temperatures will impact the rest of your work week. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.38 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast, a little bit on the chilly side statewide. Our temperatures are near freezing. A lot of 30s, still some 40s hanging around right now. We still have freeze warnings in effect. They go until 10 o'clock this morning. All of those areas in purple. Some frost advisories for the eastern shore. Those numbers are going to continue to drop a little bit over the next couple of hours, but warm it up nicely by the time we head toward the afternoon. So as you head out the door, grab a jacket this morning and sunglasses. Make sure you have those. No need for the umbrella today as we stay dry. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
The chair of the House of Foreign Affairs Committee is sounding the alarm about China. He says Beijing may be able to take over Taiwan without military action.
I think the next elections in next January are going to be extremely important because I do believe with the former President Mao in China right now, China's going to try to influence this next election and take over the island without a shot fired.
It comes as China continues to conduct military drills around the neighboring island. Taiwan reported several dozen Chinese aircrafts and naval vessels in the region Sunday. Beijing says the display of force serves as a stern warning to the island's government. It comes just days after Taiwan's president met with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in California. Now, Taiwan considers itself a self-governing democracy, but China claims the island as its own. As many as 10 people are feared to be dead after a 5-story residential building collapsed in France port of Marseille. It happened early yesterday morning, and an explosion is believed to have caused the collapse. A fire then broke out deep within the rubble, complicating rescue efforts. More than 6 hours after the collapse, it was still not clear if anyone was killed. It's been a slow and delicate operation aimed at both keeping more than 100 firefighters safe and not trying to harm people who are potentially trapped beneath the rubble. Officials say 2 neighboring buildings were partially brought down, with some of them in danger of collapsing as well. As of now, 6 people have been hospitalized, and the cause is under investigation. 2 Tennessee Democratic lawmakers expelled last Thursday are promising to return to office. Still to come, how they could be reinstated. But first, the operating room adding a new way for doctors to perform shoulder replacement surgery. How virtual reality is taking apart. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. Monday morning on the National Desk. Recession, part of the national conversation, along with unrelenting inflation from the grocery shelves to the gas pump. A former White House economic advisor joining us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Okay, so we hear a lot about virtual reality, computer-generated surroundings that make you see or feel like you're somewhere else. Well, in the operating room, it's adding a new dimension for doctors performing shoulder replacement surgery. Medical reporter Barbara Morse shows us how this all works.
Kind of like Iron Man.
Headgear that is bringing three-dimensional technology into focus.
It gives you so much information at your fingertips.
Dr. Edward Scott Paxton specializes in shoulder replacements here at University Orthopedics in Rhode Island. Using a new mixed reality system from medical supplier Stryker, he can literally map out and see an area that's difficult to navigate.
As you can see, we have to put these implants in bone. And this is a pretty funky designed bone. This is not, a square or just a circle. And you can imagine if it's inside somebody, it's deep down. If they have some wear and deformity, we want to get these components right in the right spot.
This mapping out is done beforehand and is used during the shoulder replacement, improving his ability to execute his plan.
I can move it around, I can pull these pieces out, and I can, if I'm doing surgery on someone right here, I can have the way it looks, a virtual model of their shoulder that I can take my fingers through different motions, spin around, look at it, and then I have their shoulder right there.
Dr. Paxton has been utilizing this new technology for a few months.
And I've used it probably on about 20 or 30 surgeries maybe.
A win-win, he says.
Things flow smoother. I have more information at my fingertips.
And he says this is only the beginning.
Next steps will be navigation, where actually this will then be able to match right over the patient's shoulder blades.
Dr. Paxton says this mixed reality technology can be used on either of the two most commonly performed shoulder replacement surgeries. There are other similar technologies that focus on the spine and hip. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
All right, it is cold out there right now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Is it going to be this cold all day?
No, not at all. Come on, Taylor. You know better than that. You've lived here for a while.
I mean, just a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to be warming up as we get into the afternoon. Numbers here are near that freezing mark. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen with 30s and some 40s as well. So right now, officially in Towson, we're at 37. No wind to speak of, so we're not talking about a wind chill. And we've got pretty dry conditions out there as well. Had a great Easter Sunday with temperatures that rolled into the lower 60s, but we still have to deal with some freeze warnings this morning in those areas here in purple and the blue, the light blue, frost advisories for you out toward the eastern shore and down toward the south. Now, those freeze warnings done by about 10 o'clock. It's only because we've got those temperatures that are near that freezing mark here, and as we head into the later part of the afternoon, warming up nicely. A few more of those warnings down toward the south of us, but not much in our radar being picked up at all. In fact, we're not tracking any precipitation for the next couple of days. So very quiet conditions and warmer temperatures. That's what we're going to be talking about as we head into your work week here. Overall, in your Rise and Shine cast, temperatures staying in the 30s for the next few hours. Probably dropping to the coldest numbers right around 7 o'clock just after sunrise at 6:38. Sun's up until 7:39 this evening. So definitely getting those longer daylight hours. Upper 30s here through the 8 o'clock hour, and great day to have lunch outdoors. We're talking about temperatures right about 60 into the noon hour, and overall our numbers in the mid to upper 60s as we take you through that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for your Monday afternoon. Check the numbers here across the board. Now 64, that's the average for this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s, even a few lower 60s around, so a very pleasant spring day. In fact, most of the mid-Atlantic continuing to see those numbers in that near or above average category. 60s in Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 67 in Cumberland, even lower 50s, a little cooler down the ocean there. Tracking our temperature tracker, and you can see those numbers rising. Look how much higher we are above average as we head later into this week. And we keep those above average numbers all the way through the weekend and into early next week. That's when it's going to start to be a little bit cooler. So not quite done with those little cold snaps here, but our future scan looking good with that ridge of high pressure today, tomorrow, basically most of the work week. We're not going to be dealing with any of that precipitation. A little bit more cloud cover rolls in on Wednesday, but other than that, there's not much to get in your way, just those warmer temperatures that we'll be tracking. So looking at your 7-day forecast, pretty clean forecast here, only upper 60s today, but then we get to the 70s tomorrow, and then those 80s return, 82 on Wednesday, and mid to even some upper 80s toward the end of this week. Next chance for rain really doesn't come until we get to Sunday afternoon. Taylor?
All right, let's check your Len Stoller traffic network. Everything looks great this hour, 4:49 here. We'll update you as the morning continues. Let's check in with mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday morning to you, Mark.
Happy Monday morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got a couple delays in the mix, including Penn Train 403 and Penn Train 505, both operating with 5-minute delays. Allowed time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues on time services, which you'll find in Metro Subway Link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Some people felt the need for speed this Easter at the Audubon Indoor Speedway in White Marsh. Take a look at this. Organizers say this is the Easter Bunny's cousin Fred getting in on the action. Racers had the chance to win prizes like free shirts and race packages with a picture with Fred. And when it comes to Easter candy, chocolate is the clear winner, according to a new report from Instacart. The shopping app tracked the number of seasonal candy sales leading up to the holiday. Reese's peanut butter eggs topped the charts, followed by Kinder chocolate candy eggs, and then Starburst and Starburst Easter jelly beans. Reese's peanut butter actually took the top spot in 30 states, including Maryland. We want to see how you celebrated the holiday, or Passover, Easter, all of the things. Scan that QR code on your screen to send your pictures to us. You can use that Fox 45 mobile app or head to our website, Fox Baltimore. Rutgers employees are expected to go on strike today. What they're fighting for, as we hear from one advocate. And top secret American military documents leaked online are revealing who the U.S. is spying on, what the papers show, and the impact it could have. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have killed at least 7 civilians over the weekend. Among the latest victims, a 50-year-old man and his 11-year-old daughter, who both died after Russian shelling partially destroyed an apartment. Russia is said to have targeted 18 cities this weekend, and it comes after more than 30 children reunited with their families in Ukraine. They're just a few of the thousands of children who Ukrainian officials say were illegally deported to Russia-occupied territories. Taking you now to D.C. this morning, where the FBI and DOJ and Pentagon are launching investigations into a slew of classified documents leaked online related to the United States' foreign involvement. National correspondent Kayla Gaskin reports on how this includes the war in Ukraine to determine who's responsible.
Top secret American military documents posted online for all to see, revealing classified information relating to China, Russia, North Korea, and the war in Ukraine.
It does once again remind us of the vulnerabilities we have and probably some holes in our systems.
The documents reportedly circulating online since early March, only gaining international attention late last week. A U.S. official telling CNN they look real. A senior intelligence official telling the New York Times the leak is a nightmare for the U.S. and the allies it shares intelligence with. Put together, these papers provide a sense of the depth of the United States' day-to-day involvement in the war in Ukraine.
The White House has wanted to play that down because one of President Biden's mandates here is we're not a direct combatant, we're not pulling triggers, we're not sending troops. But it turns out we're doing everything but.
Concerns raised over the impact the leak could have for Ukraine, revealing potential battlefield weak points and military strategy.
I think the Ukrainians will be smart enough to figure out how to address this. I don't see it as a terrible change for them.
Following news of the leak, Ukrainian President Zelensky holding a meeting to focus on implementing measures to prevent additional leaks of information regarding their defense forces. The documents also reveal U.S. efforts to spy on America's closest allies like Israel and South Korea.
The biggest damage is on the trust that we have with our allies.
Reuters reporting South Korea plans to discuss with the U.S. the issues raised as a result of the document leak. The U.S. will host South Korea's president for a state visit later this month. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
In a series of interviews this weekend, the two Tennessee Democrats who were expelled last week, they're vowing to return to office.
Our voters have been disenfranchised. This is one of the greatest tactics of voter disenfranchisement and voter oppression that I have ever witnessed. It is not only unprecedented, it is historical in nature. It's a historical abuse of power by Cameron Sexton and the supermajority Republican legislature.
As far as Justin Jones' case goes, reports the Nashville Metropolitan Council has the votes necessary to reinstate him. The Tennessee House of Representatives expelled the two after they participated in a gun control protest. Lawmakers chanted into a bullhorn on the House floor as Tennesseans protested the state capitol, an incident the Tennessee House Speaker compared to the January 6th Capitol riots. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is promising to pardon a U.S. Army sergeant who was convicted of killing a Black Lives Matter protester. In a post shared on Twitter, Abbott invoked Texas Stand Your Ground law as the basis for the pardon. Daniel Perry was working as a rideshare driver back in 2020 when he drove into a Black Lives Matter march in Austin. That's where he fatally shot Garrett Foster, an Air Force veteran who was legally carrying an AK-47 at the time. A jury found Perry guilty of Foster's murder. He now faces life in prison. Classes at Rutgers University are expected to meet today, even though thousands of professors may stay home. 3 unions representing 9,000 educators, researchers, and clinicians voted to strike today as the union tries to work out a new contract with the university. Those working for the union are speaking out.
I hope when you're on the picket lines, you'll make a point of talking to someone who's part of this community that you've never met before, you've never seen before, someone in a different job title. Students that are out there in support, please talk about why we're out there. Understand that our solidarity is our power. We want to transform the Rutgers to the place it can be and it should be. And we know by standing together, we will succeed.
Nearly 70,000 students attended Rutgers, and a portion of the student body is just weeks away from graduating. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has asked representatives from the university and the unions to come to his office today and have a productive dialogue and work out an agreement that's fair to everyone.
A large crowd of kids once again gathering here in the Inner Harbor, and this time it ends in gunfire. Just ahead, we'll have the latest in the investigation, plus the action that leaders are taking to keep you safe.
And session 2023 coming to a close today in Annapolis, topping our next half hour. The crime bills that passed over the weekend and the ones still left to be discussed before midnight tonight.
Chilly temperatures to kick off your brand new week, but we've got a warmer day ahead and a warmer week ahead as well. We'll highlight those temperatures coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles had a tough Easter weekend. They started strong with a 7-6 win over the Yankees on Friday. That home opener went well, but Saturday, Sunday, they suffered some tough losses with the final scores 4-1, then 5-3. Tonight, they're going to continue to play at home, this time facing the Oakland Athletics.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Monday morning, April 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. T-Squared in the house.
T-Squared, that's right. In fact, TTJ is in the house, too, because we have Justin Chambers here joining us now.
So the hex worked.
Yeah, it did. I was going to bring that up. The Yankees dugout, you sprayed it around there Friday. We need you back every game now.
I know. Need to get in there somehow, find a way to get there before every game. But, yeah, great weather yesterday, guys. Hopefully you had a great Easter. Our temperatures, a little chilly right now, but looking out from our Towson camera, overall not too bad this morning. Just grab a light jacket as you're going to be heading out and about. Here's some of those numbers. 34 Cockeysville, 35 Baltimore City, lower 30s in Rosedale, but 40 in Essex and Middle River, down through Dundalk, a little warmer closer to the water. We do have freeze warnings in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. All of us there in the purple, frost advisories in the blue out for the eastern shore this morning as well. That's because those temperatures are near that freezing mark. So after a chilly Monday morning, we're going to be warming up nicely this afternoon and a very pleasant week that we've got ahead of us here. Overall, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Maybe still need that defroster here over the next few hours with numbers staying in the 30s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network around the Baltimore region. Look at that map. All green, no issues there. You have to find the only incident that we can report right now is 70, and that is right near Oakdale High School on 70 eastbound. There's a collision, but it's not causing any delays. No other further information is provided.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people.
This morning in a city in crisis, a rowdy gathering at the Inner Harbor overnight leads to 2 young people shot. Police telling Fox 45 they were injured at Pratt Street and Gay Street.
Now, here's a look at the scene from the Inner Harbor that happened just last night, where dozens were gathering in response to this social media post. We heard more than 200 plus. It encouraged people to pop out in the Inner Harbor last night. This comes just days after hundreds of young people created rowdy crowds there last Wednesday.
Shannon Lilly joins us now live from the Inner Harbor with the very latest on what happened last night and how those victims are doing. Shannon.
Well, as far as we know this morning, Taylor, those 2 teens are still in the hospital. One is in critical but stable condition. The other is thankfully in stable condition. But this all comes, as you mentioned, after a flood of 200 plus teens gathered here in the Inner Harbor last night. Now, there was a heightened police presence out here in anticipation of all of this, but the shooting happened just steps from police officers. So let's get you back to the scene video so you can see what the area looked like last night. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison telling us just after 9 p.m. officers were busy breaking up a large fight near Pratt and Gay Streets, arresting an individual involved in that fight, and that's when they heard the shots ring out. A 14 and 16-year-old were hit, and according to police, one was shot in the leg, the other in the back. Now, officers then arrested 2 people. One was speeding away on a dirt bike, but officers were able to track him to police headquarters garage, where he was found with a loaded gun. Commissioner Harrison says officers are still working to determine whether this person was connected to the shooting. Simultaneously, though, officers tracked another suspect to Light and Lombard Streets. He was also arrested without incident. Now, this suspect did match the description that witnesses gave, and police do believe he is a person of interest in this case. And they also say, Taylor, that he was found with a loaded ghost gun on him.
So, Shannon, the question now is, what are leaders going to do to prevent this from happening once again?
Absolutely, Taylor. That is the question. And we did hear from the mayor last night. He and the police commissioner were out here speaking to the media. And he says that curfews are absolutely needed for young people now that this has happened. Take a listen.
What we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior. We're not going to continue to see our young people be harmed in the way they are. We're going to do everything in our power, and that includes making sure that we get them off the streets ourselves if need be.
So that means for kids under the age of 14, they have to be off the streets by 9 at night unless they are with their parents. And then for kids up to the age of 17, their curfew is 10 p.m. Now, this is a curfew that has been in place for years. It's just now going to be enforced. Reporting live in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:05, and we have pressed the mayor multiple times on how he and city police plan to keep the peace this summer. Last week, Mayor Scott would not say much on the topic, though.
We're never going to talk about that publicly because people that commit crimes in Baltimore watch the news as well. But know that the partnership that we have between myself, State's Attorney Ivan Bates, with our Attorney General Anthony Brown, with our U.S. Attorney Eric Brown, with the Police Commissioner, with our Governor, we're going to work each and every day.
Fox 45 News has also pressed Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison about the city's summer crime plan. This is what he had to say.
The plan is to have a robust police presence. The plan, as you heard the mayor, is to provide alternative entertainment and alternative options for young people to have something to do. While that is happening, we will have a robust police presence to do exactly what we did, to work as hard as we can to prevent these things from happening, and if and when they do, to move swiftly to apprehend those who are responsible, like we are witnessing tonight.
Last night, the commissioner went on to praise the department for acting quickly and apprehending the suspects who they say were armed. They didn't have any incidents or injuries and did not have to use force. Fox 45 News will continue to follow the chaos we've seen here at the Inner Harbor. You can find our past reporting on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, as far as crime goes statewide, lawmakers passed the bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several more crime bills that are still up in the air. One of them being the Violent Firearm Offender Act, first introduced under the Hogan administration. It would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony, raising it from a misdemeanor. Political analyst John Deedy says Democrats would need to see even more crime before considering moving forward with that bill.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Just ahead in our 5:30 coverage, we will be taking a deeper dive into what's expected in the 2023 legislative session.
Tensions are growing between China and Taiwan and the U.S. After the break, the military drills we're expecting to see today.
Well, today in Annapolis, lawmakers expected to vote on the marijuana legislation. Coming up in our next half hour, what's to come of the plan that already has preliminary approval.
If you're just waking up with us, maybe you need to grab a blanket and pull it over you as you watch us this morning because it's a little chilly outside. We'll take a look at the numbers today and what we can expect later this week as well. It's all coming up on the Early Edition. 5:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. I hope you had a great Easter weekend and now back into another work week and school week, although a lot of kids still on spring break, or maybe this is your spring break week. 33 your number in Cockeysville right now, same number in Chestertown, 35 Baltimore City, we're at 34 in Columbia. So yeah, out for a morning run or a jog, you'll need at least one layer up there because we are going to see those temperatures stay on the chilly side for the next couple of hours. High temps today back into the 60s. Overnight, not as cold tonight. So into tomorrow morning, we'll wake up in the 40s. And then look at that, 75 on Tuesday afternoon. So really nice temperatures here on the way this week. Not much in the way of rain. We'll talk about when our next chance for some of the wet weather rolls in coming up in just a few. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. 5:11 now, and this morning many focused on China as military exercises are expected to continue today. Now, over the weekend, the nation raising alarm, sending a stern warning to Taiwan. And taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where the U.S. responds with military drills in that region. Today, the U.S. Navy says it will conduct a mission with a destroyer in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, House Republicans taking the lead on confronting China's aggression. And Saturday, China kicked off drills setting several dozen warplanes and also 11 warships towards Taiwan. And China said Sunday that it simulated precision attacks on key targets in Taiwan, including tactical maneuvers by Chinese Navy. Now, this comes on the heels of a meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's President Friday, plus House Foreign Affairs Committee spokesperson Michael McCall, who led a bipartisan House delegation to the Indo-Pacific region just last week. McCall promising to help provide Taiwanese armed forces with additional training and then speed up weapons deliveries after China imposed a travel ban and increased military activity. McCall said he met with Taiwan's president Sunday, stressing Taiwan's defense capabilities are not where they need to be to stop a hypothetical Chinese invasion. Now, he called for the U.S. to beef up military presence in Taiwan to deter all-out war. That's the latest from our live center.
The legislative session ends in less than 24 hours. The bills that passed over the weekend and what measures still hang in the balance.
What's expected to take the floor today and what just recently passed through lawmakers.
A Democratic congressman is calling on the Biden administration to ignore a court ruling on the abortion pill. After the break, how Republicans are pushing back. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to a health alert for you this morning. Iowa's Attorney General is pumping the brakes on emergency contraception payments for victims of rape.
Now, federal regulation, state law requires Iowa to foot the expenses for sexual assault victims who seek medical help.
That includes paying for Plan B and other pregnancy prevention measures. But the Attorney General's office is currently reviewing the victim assistance services, saying they're evaluating whether or not it's an appropriate use of public funds.
Well, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez taking a strong stance on recent ruling from a Texas federal judge that suspended the FDA's approval of the abortion pill.
The New York Democrat wants the Biden administration to ignore it.
This ruling is an extreme abuse of power. It is an extraordinary example of judicial overreach. The grounds of the ruling are just completely discredited and without grounds.
Well, the Congresswoman is not the only Democrat to make remarks. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden said the FDA has the authority to ignore the ruling, but Republicans are threatening action if the Biden administration does so.
The House Republicans have the power of the purse, and if the administration wants to not lead this ruling, not live up to this ruling, then we're going to have a problem. And it may become a point where House Republicans on the appropriation side have to defund FDA programs that don't make sense.
It's unclear whether the White House will go as far as to ignore this ruling, but the Secretary of Health and Human Services did say every option is on the table.
Vice President Kamala Harris spoke on the ruling before departing from Nashville Friday, and she vowed to fight for reproductive freedom.
There is no question that the president and I are going to stand with the women of America and do everything we can to ensure that women have the ability to make decisions about their health care, their reproductive health care, in a manner that is what they need, and they decide that, not their government.
In a separate ruling on Friday, a federal judge in Washington state ordered the FDA to keep medication abortion pills available for sale in at least 12 states.
Maryland is one of the safest states to give birth. A new study suggests the risks of severe complications during pregnancy and childbirth can vary depending on where you live. The study found the overall rate of life-threatening complications during pregnancy, delivery, or postpartum is about 146 cases for every 10,000 deliveries. Maryland, one of 5 states with the lowest rates. Most frequently identified causes of complications were preeclampsia, respiratory problems, blood clots, and sepsis.
A new study shows people with long COVID are having trouble sleeping. It found that 40% of patients report moderate to severe sleep issues. Now, folks with long COVID have symptoms for weeks, months, or even years after their first infection. More than 2/3 of the 962 patients studied reported severe fatigue, while almost 22% said they were dealing with severe fatigue.
5:18 is the time now, and we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get after a nice warm-up yesterday afternoon.
Oh, my gosh, it was beautiful.
Yes.
And we're looking at some warm weather today,
Yeah,
maybe?
temperature's going to warm up nicely.
We still have frost. We had frost not on the pumpkins, but on the eggs yesterday morning. It was freezing cold
Frosting
yesterday morning.
pumpkins and eggs.
Yeah, frosting pumpkins was from Halloween, you know?
Yeah,
Frosting pumpkins,
yeah,
frost on the
eggs.
eggs.
You're getting
though, you don't
ideas,
know what
aren't
to say.
you?
Normally don't say that, do you?
No.
I haven't had my Reese's peanut butter egg yet.
You have not?
Yeah, with the hump of peanut butter. Haven't had it.
Oh.
It's like the spring hasn't even started.
I know, man. It's still in my pantry. I forgot to do it yesterday because we were eating so much other stuff.
Put it in the freezer so you can have frost on your,
on the Reese's egg? Yeah, I like that. Okay, Tom. Yeah, I see where you're going. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Here we are back with another brand new week. Got the O's this evening and a 4-game set, so 7 games in a row at home. Nice night for baseball here as the A's will be in town. We'll talk about your O's cast in just a little bit. 35 your temperature right now in Baltimore. No wind to speak of, and it is definitely chilly. So for those kids who are at school this week, beep, beep on your bus stop forecast. Numbers here in the next couple of hours are going to stay in the 30s, so definitely a jacket this morning. Shed those layers. The onion effect in play this afternoon with numbers in the mid to to upper 60s by later today. Overall, mild conditions. Great day to play some golf. Maybe some frost delays through 9 a.m. into the lower 40s, but right about 60 through noontime, and mid to upper 60s golfers into that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour. So check some of these numbers out across Carroll and Baltimore counties. A lot of us in the mid 60s, and the average is 64 this time of year, so pretty close to that number. Some of us even those mid to upper 60s right around Baltimore City, and 66 your high today in Towson. Numbers for Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the low to mid 60s down through Annapolis and up into Severna Park, Glen Burnie, and Pasadena. Eastern Shore, little cooler there. Chestertown and Rock Hall in the lower 60s and close to 60 in Chester this afternoon. Now, overall, here's a look at your O's cast as the A's are in town here, and Gibson's getting the start tonight. Kyle Gibson is. So 64 for the first pitch. I mean, 6:35 is the first pitch. Notice that time, too. So obviously the sun will still be up at that time, and temperatures looking very nice. Maybe just a light pullover as you get later into the game tonight. At the car wash, if you want to get the cars cleaned up, we've got 3 greens across the board, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. No issues for you as we stay dry this week, and warmer temperatures as well. All thanks to this nice ridge of high pressure. Those numbers continuing to warm up each afternoon, taking you through the middle of the week as well. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. We're just 25 days now from Cinco de Mayo, Mother's Day in less than 5 weeks. 7 weeks from today is Memorial Day. We just put Father's Day on there, Dad's on there as well, and the summer solstice in 72 days. So springtime, but summer is around the corner. And check some of these numbers too. 67 today, but mid 70s tomorrow, lower 80s by Wednesday, and then mid 80s Thursday and Friday. So we're going to warm up real nice toward the end of the week. Real next chance for rain doesn't come until we get to about Sunday afternoon. So we've got a dry week ahead of us. Tom?
Looks like some good flying weather out there this week,
no
Justin.
kidding, man.
Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and taking a live look right now. Yeah, you see it right here. That's a Francis Scott Key Bridge in the background. Northbound traffic leaving you right here. Southbound wide open too. In fact, this is the look all around the Baltimore region. No incidents to slow you down if you're starting a Monday morning commute. How does mass transit look? Well, let's get a check. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday, Mark.
Happy Monday, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 505 and Camden 841, both operating with 5 out delays. The other trains look good for travel and the start. Out there on Light Rail Link, looking good for the commute there in both directions. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Twitter and the BBC are in a heated debate how the popular social media platform branded the network.
And senators speaking out on legislation to ban TikTok in the U.S. What's the Restrict Act, what it entails, and who's fighting against it? 5:23 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition on local. 5:26 and topping your consumer news. This Monday morning, the British Broadcasting Corporation, or BBC, is in a labeling dispute with Twitter.
Under its new verification rules, the social media platform categorized the network as a government-funded media organization, which the BBC says it's not accurate.
Britain's national broadcaster says it's mostly funded by a license fee paid by households in the United Kingdom. The fee is also required to watch non-BBC channels. More than 2 million people follow the BBC's account on Twitter, and the British broadcaster says it's seeking a swift resolution to this issue.
Twitter also caused a stir when it labeled NPR a state-affiliated media. Twitter then relabeled it as a government-funded media after leaders with the broadcasting company said they would not tweet from the account.
A new bipartisan proposal could give the Biden administration more power in banning TikTok.
Democratic Senator Mark Warner and Republican Senator John Thune are proposing the Restrict Act. The measure would grant the Commerce Department authority to review, block, and address dealings with foreign information and communications technology related to national security risk. The act would currently apply to technology from China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, and Cuba. Now, critics say it hurts the freedom of more than 150 million TikTok users.
Well, we have a sunny and warmer day ahead with highs reaching the 60s. Coming up, how these temperatures hold up as we look at our next weather maker moving in.
All eyes on Annapolis with just hours left in the 2023 General Assembly session. Just ahead, we'll talk about the crime bills that have both passed and the ones that are still stalled.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. It is Monday, April 10th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a chilly start, but just how warm will it get? Will it be like yesterday?
That's why I'm bringing the yellow, bringing the sunshine. It's going to have to be this week.
The pop of colors that are coming up out of the ground, too. Will they survive this potential freeze this morning? Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
And today, guys, it's 410 day. How about that?
That's good.
410.
Yeah, 410.
Yeah.
Come on, what does that mean? Do we
what's the content?
I'm just saying that's the area code for a lot of folks, the older phones. 443, that's the one that a lot of people have now. But either way,
coming up.
What?
There's a new one apparently being launched this summer.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look outside. Hey, we got a cool shot for you here. If you look, you can actually see the flags on top of that other building that is just across from the Transamerica Tower there. And looking really good right now. Just a little bit of a light breeze that we're seeing out there, but temperatures are chilly, and that's why we have freeze warnings in effect. Most of us along the Chesapeake are in the 30s this morning, actually 40 in Philly and 43 in New York right now, heading up to the north. So a chilly Monday morning, but leading to a warmer afternoon, and then we've got a pleasant week ahead as well. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go with your temperatures in the 30s, possibly needing that defroster as you step out this morning. And check out some of these temperatures. We'll be in the upper 60s today, but mid 70s tomorrow, then lower 80s on Wednesday. So a very nice week ahead in terms of those numbers, and staying dry as well. We'll take a closer look as when some of that rain will roll in coming up in just a few. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Not bad at all. In fact, they're wide open this Monday morning. A lot of kids out of school, a lot of people off work as the day after Easter. Some are looking at that as a holiday. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. You see this. Hey, you're looking right at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and no issues to report here.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people. We know this week we had a free spring break camp for young people, but what we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior.
This morning, now to a city in crisis. 14-year-old and 16-year-old both recovering after being shot at the Inner Harbor just last night. The second night in less than a week, chaos has broken out at the Inner Harbor. We continue pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on the city's crime plan as juveniles continue to get caught up in the crossfire in violence in Baltimore. Topping our next half hour, we are taking a deeper dive into this violence and how the peace will be kept this summer.
Now, today, though, is the last day for the legislative session in Annapolis. Over the weekend, lawmakers passed several crime bills, but others, like the one that deals with violent repeat offenders, it stalled. These bills are critical to Baltimore, especially as we see a spike in violence.
Now, lawmakers did just pass a bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several more crime bills that are still up in the air.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the status of those bills as the clock winds down.
Yeah, lawmakers, Taylor, now just have hours left in this year's legislative session to get these bills passed. Of course, the most pressing issue here in Baltimore is the issue of crime, as shown by what we saw last night here in the Inner Harbor, the violence that broke out. Now, for some time, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's bill was up in the air, but within just the last few days, lawmakers did pass it. And that means if it is signed by the governor, then it will increase jail time for illegal gun use. Now, in the meantime, though, several other bills working to crack down on crime are stalling. The Violent Firearm Offender Act is backed by Republicans and was first introduced under the Hogan administration. Now, if passed, it would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony. It's currently a misdemeanor. We spoke with political analyst John Deedy about the bill, and he believes it would take a lot before Democrats would consider moving forward with it.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Now, another bill that's stalling is Senate Bill 564. It would make the theft of a handgun a felony, punishable of up to 5 years in prison. Deedy believes the chances, though, of either of these bills passing by the end of today is slim to none. Reporting live in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Meanwhile, lawmakers passed a bill that limits where people with wear and carry permits can bring their firearms. The bill bans people from bringing their gun within 100 feet of any public place. That includes hospitals, churches, restaurants, movie theaters. Now, while some say that will help reduce the growing amount of gun violence, others say legal gun ownership is not the issue. And critics call the bill unconstitutional. They say it will all be challenged in court if the governor signs it.
Let's take a look at some of the crime that has happened while Maryland lawmakers have been in session. 3 teenagers killed. 15-year-old LaRon Henderson in January, 16-year-old Andre Morin in February, and then 16-year-old Isaiah Carter in March.
And then at the end of January, a 23-year-old mother was shot and killed. Police say she was caught in the crossfire while picking up food. She was trying to drive away when she was shot, crashed her car. Her 2 young sons were hurt inside. And then just last month, 6 people were shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. One of those victims, Olympic boxer Ernest Hall, died. A 15-year-old was also hurt in that shooting.
Now, this month, police say a neighbor shot 4 people in northeast Baltimore. We just switched the videos there where the victims died. Mayor Brandon Scott calling the shooting one of the most disturbing things he's seen during his time in elected office.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe lawmakers have done enough to address public safety this session? So far, 99% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
5:36 now, and elsewhere in this session 2023 coverage, lawmakers are going back and forth over education spending laid out in the Kerwin Education Plan.
That's right. Last week, Mayor Brandon Scott proposed the city budget, and it includes $79 million for the Kerwin plan. The mayor calls it a gut punch. Republicans have long criticized the plan, saying it's too expensive and does not guarantee better outcomes for students.
Democrats have pushed back, but now it seems like lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are open for the idea of kind of tweaking this plan.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be one or two things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding, or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Are you open to changing the funding formula for locals who are worried that they can't continue to tap their reserves moving forward?
I think we're always back every year, and I think we're always open to make sure if the facts and data are there, we will address it. You know, certainly we know on May 1st when the public emergency, when the emergency is expired, there will be a change in calculations, and Medicaid will have a redetermination, and we'll see what the roles look like with the changes in qualifications. But that's why we have our interim committees.
Meanwhile, lawmakers in the Senate are expected to vote on a version of the bill for legalized marijuana today. That plan has preliminary approval, and the identical version of it passed in the House on Saturday. Under the bill, adults 21 years old or older can purchase marijuana legally starting July 1st, but it does not look like Marylanders will be able to order recreational pot online just yet.
Stay right here with Fox 45 News. We will have a crew in Annapolis today for complete coverage of the last day of the legislative session, sine die, and that's up until the General Assembly adjourns at midnight. Download the Fox 45 mobile app and turn on notifications to make sure you don't miss any updates.
Still to come, Baltimore may be welcoming a pro bowler to M&T Bank Stadium. How fans are reacting to this potential new face.
And today we will have a freeze warning in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. Still to come, our Weather Authority team keeping you up to date when the warmer temperatures will move in. Time now, it's 5:39 and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition All Local.
Welcome back, everybody. Our Weather Authority forecast. Temperatures starting off chilly, 30s and 40s this morning. After our nice day yesterday, we're waking up a bit colder here this morning. So definitely grab a jacket as you're about to head out and have those sunglasses ready to go, too. No need for the umbrella. We've got a dry week ahead, and we'll track that next chance for rain in just a few minutes. But out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, yeah, definitely grab an extra layer with temperatures staying in the 30s through the course of the morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
One of the top wide receivers in the game is on his way to join the Baltimore Ravens. Just ahead, we've got details on the team's biggest offseason move coming up.
And some in White Marsh are taking an Easter activity a little more extreme than just an egg hunt. How the Easter Bunny's cousin was able to help fulfill the need for speed. 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore remains uncertain. If he does stay, he'll be throwing to one of the biggest names in football. Odell Beckham Jr. has announced he is joining the Baltimore Ravens. The three-time Pro Bowler has shared news on his Instagram page. Beckham missed all of last season with a torn ACL, but when he's healthy, he has the potential to be a top target for any football team, something the Ravens have been missing at the wide receiver position.
Well, Ravens fans flocking to social media to react to this announcement. They're all Twitter here. First one says, bear down, just says weights of 18 million. Hopeful Mets fan Cap saying here, y'all hyping him up like he's Randy Moss. He's coming off of 2 ACL injuries, as you just heard Taylor talk about. But everyone else seemed to be going right to number 8. Yeah, here's 410 Chris. This is great, but Lamar staying would be way better. And then we've got one more. T. Tucker saying, I like this for the Ravens and their fans. Fun guy to watch that will help the Lamar situation. I know it's a lot of money, but it's a one-year deal. It really doesn't make a difference. Just 18 million, right? We'll find out if, though, it impacts number 8. That's the big question.
All right, some people felt the need for speed this Easter at the Audubon Indoor Speedway in White Marsh. Take a look at this. Organizers say this is the Easter Bunny's cousin, Fred, getting in on the action there. Racers had the chance to win some prizes. There goes Fred. They had the chance to win some prizes like shirts and race packages and a picture with Fred the Bunny.
When it comes to Easter candy, chocolate, of course, is the winner. And a new report from Instacart is backing that up. The shopping app recorded the number of sales for seasonal candy products leading up to the holiday, and they found Reese's peanut butter eggs topping the charts. Now, Kinder Chocolate Candy Eggs came in second, followed by Starburst Easter Jelly Beans. They are good. Reese's Peanut Butter Eggs take the top spot in 30 states, including right here in Maryland.
We want to see how you celebrated this Easter or Passover. Just scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you right to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload your pictures, or you just use the mobile app at foxbaltimore.com.
Now, I don't understand why Hershey's chocolate was #1 in West Virginia, right, and Reese's Peanut Butter Cups was in Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's strange.
But Hershey is in Pennsylvania,
yeah.
I think, right?
You know, it's like
right.
Sometimes, like when I worked at a bagel place, and when you work at the bagel place, you stop eating bagels for a little while, right? You start getting like pizza and Chinese food, and you do some trades.
Yeah, Chipotle was not good for like a year after I worked there.
Really? You worked at Chipotle?
Trauma from people yelling at me over the glass. I just couldn't get their order right. It was a mess.
we triggered Taylor already just talking about Easter candy.
I didn't take love. Hour and 48 minutes into the show, and she's triggered. So, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday to all of you. Yeah, we got those. The best part about the Reese's peanut butter egg, it has the extra hump of peanut butter. It's the one that has the most peanut butter. Better than a pumpkin, better than that stupid tree that comes out in Christmas. And it doesn't even look like a tree, by the way. So that Easter egg is perfect for the Reese's. And hopefully you enjoyed some candy and got some eggs. Maybe you did some Easter egg hunting yesterday, or maybe the kids did that. I don't know. I've heard of adult Easter egg hunts. We used to have them back in the old days. 35 your temperature in Towson right now. It's definitely chilly here this morning. Those numbers have dropped off. Notice all the areas in purple under the freeze warnings until 10 o'clock and frost advisories for some of you out toward the eastern shore as well. This is just because those temperatures are close to the freezing mark, and we're in the growing season. We had a lot of folks who were planting and doing stuff outdoors over the weekend. We got some of the yard all cleaned up and ready to go, and got some of those great plants from Bell Nursery in there as well. Mid to upper 30s over the next few hours on your Rise and Shinecast. Sun comes up at 6:38, and we're going to warm up nicely for the afternoon. So if you're hanging out at Brewers Hill in the 8 o'clock hour, still chilly this morning, but a great day for lunch outside. Right about 60 into that noon hour, and we'll see those numbers continue to climb in the mid to even upper 60s for the 2 and 3 o'clock hour later this afternoon. So overall, our high temps, check the average of 64. Most of us are going to be near that number, even slightly above for some, and right around Baltimore City at 67. A little cooler down near the water there in Annapolis and across the Bay Bridge in Stevensville at 60 today. But up and down the 95 corridor, overall looking pretty good today. Philly, Baltimore, D.C., up into New York City, all in the 60s. Even warmer for you in western Maryland this afternoon. Now, we know with all of those trees and all of the planting going on, those allergy levels are up there. The trees in that high category, the biggest offender. And this is going to be basically for the next couple of weeks before we start to get to grass, weeds, and mold. But overall, those trees are definitely blooming, and you can feel it in your sinuses. So, pilots, great day to fly today. We're talking about visual flight rules all day, VFR all day with, again, nice conditions and not much wind to speak of as well. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. 67 today, mid-70s on Tuesday. Then we're going to sneak back into the 80s, guys. We're talking about 82 on Wednesday and mid-80s toward the end of this week. Next chance for rain really doesn't come until we get into Sunday, and that's going to be even Sunday afternoon at best. Let's get a check with our Mass Transit, Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday, Mark.
Happy Monday, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, and the other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link keeping to the schedule in both directions on time service at Metro Subway Link operating on time out there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Violence breaks out of the Inner Harbor overnight for a second time under a week. The young victims involved in how the mayor hopes to keep crime under control with the warmer weather ahead.
The criminal case against former President Donald Trump rolling through the legal system as his defense team plans their next move.
That's right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskin has the latest from Washington.
Donald Trump's legal team preparing to ask the judge to toss out the case against the former commander-in-chief.
It is an absurd situation that multiple prosecutors passed by this rancid ham sandwich of an indictment, and Alvin Bragg suddenly decides to do it.
If that doesn't work, lawyer Jim Trusty saying they'll push to move the case out of Manhattan, where Joe Biden won 85% of the vote in 2020, then start to pull at numerous legal threads he argues will unravel the entire case.
Legal motions that pick apart the statute of limitations problem, the specific intent problem, the bootstrapping of perhaps federal election law into a New York case. There's a lot to play with there.
Former Attorney General Bill Barr echoing agreement.
It is transparently an abuse of prosecutorial power to accomplish a political end.
Democratic lawyer Alan Dershowitz pointing out while other cases against Trump might have stronger legal grounds, they come with political landmines, like the case involving classified documents at Mar-a-Lago.
The case in New York is by far the weakest case. The case in Florida is by far the strongest case, but politically it's difficult because obviously Joe Biden and Vice President Pence also had classified material.
Greatest president in the history of the world, sitting right there.
Trump attending a UFC fight in Miami over the weekend, looking happy and relaxed despite the legal troubles. Trump presenting himself as a political martyr. Footage from the indictment, now the centerpiece of a new campaign video.
The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
At the same time, a new ABC News Ipsos poll shows 53% of Americans believe Trump intentionally did something illegal in this case. We are still months away from any legal decisions on how the case will move forward. Motions to dismiss or relocate must be filed by August. The judge will rule on those motions in December. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
The Justice Department is appealing a federal judge's decision to suspend the FDA's approval of the abortion pill, mifepristone. Now, the department issued the appeal hours after the initial ruling. In a statement, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland vowed to fight the ruling and protect access to legal reproductive care. This after a judge in Texas ruled against the FDA's approval of the abortion pill, claiming the agency manipulated the drug's approval process. The judge's decision does not take effect for 7 days, allowing the DOJ's appeal to play out in court.
Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez taking a stunning stance on a recent ruling to halt the FDA's approval of the abortion pill. The New York Democrat now calling on the Biden administration to just ignore it.
This ruling is an extreme abuse of power. It is an extraordinary example of judicial overreach. The grounds of the ruling are just completely discredited and without grounds.
Well, Ocasio-Cortez, not the only Democrat to make such remarks. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden said Friday the FDA has the authority to ignore the ruling, but Republicans are threatening action if the Biden administration does so.
The House Republicans have the power of the purse. And if the administration wants to not lead this ruling, not live up to this ruling, then we're going to have a problem. And it may become a point where House Republicans on the appropriation side have to defund FDA programs that don't make sense.
Now, it is unclear whether the White House will go as far as to ignore the ruling, but the Secretary of Health and Human Services did say every option is on the table.
A large crowd of kids once again gathering here in Ann Arbor, and this time it ends in gunfire. Just ahead, I'll have the latest in this investigation, plus the action that leaders are taking to keep you safe.
The chaos at the Inner Harbor isn't a new issue. Why some say this will have an impact on tourism.
Our temperatures are chilly this morning, but we've got a warm day ahead and a warmer week ahead as well. We'll talk about just how high those numbers go coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles had a tough Easter weekend. They started strong, 7-6 win over the Yankees for the Friday's home opener. Then Saturday and Sunday, now suffering some tough losses. Final scores being 4-1 and 5-3. Tonight, they start a 4-game series at home against the A's. First pitch, 6:35. Just about 6 o'clock here on this Monday, April 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and I'm looking forward to a spring-like week.
Yes, in fact, almost summer-like temperatures I think, towards the end, right?
Yeah, exactly right. But look, I know the O's got the loss, the last couple of nights, but Adley Rutschman, 4 for 4. I mean, the hot bat continues, and there's a lot of good, energy. Kyle Gibson's going to get the start tonight. And we've got Grayson Rodriguez.
Is Gibson the old man on the team?
Kyle Gibson.
He was born in the 80s?
One of the older people on the team. Yes, exactly right, Tom. Taylor, good morning to both of you. Had a great time out there on Friday, and we are going to see more O's baseball right here at home the rest of this week. Great week for watching some baseball there, or just doing anything. Our Towson camera right now, it's very calm, and we've got temperatures that are mainly in the 30s here. Cockeysville down in Towson into Baltimore at 35, 39 Woodlawn, 37 your temp in Brooklyn Park. We do have freeze warnings in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. All of us there in the purple, some frost advisories for you on the eastern shore. It's just because our temperatures are right near that freezing mark here, and so the planting season is starting to get going. Here's a look at your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temps in the 30s for the next couple of hours. And here's a look at your 3T cast today, tonight, tomorrow. 67 this afternoon. We'll be warmer tomorrow morning in the 40s, and then check out those highs in the mid-70s for tomorrow afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here. Looking at the map, look at this. My goodness. It's a Monday morning. A lot of kids are off from school. A lot of people taking the holiday, but still, everybody in the green. No issues to report.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people.
Well, this morning in a city in crisis, a shooting breaking out at the Inner Harbor as chaos returns to the streets. Police confirming to Fox 45 2 young people are injured with gunshot wounds at Pratt and Gay Streets.
Now, here's a look at the scene last night from the Inner Harbor. You can see those crowds gathered there. It happened in response to this social media post. It encouraged people to come out to the Inner Harbor and pop out last night.
Now, this comes just days after hundreds of young people again created rowdy crowds there just last Wednesday. Shanna Lilly is joining us live from the Inner Harbor this morning with the very latest in this case and the conditions of the victims. Shanna.
Well, Tom, as far as we know this morning, those 2 teens are still in the hospital, one in critical but stable condition, the other, thankfully, in stable condition. But this all comes after more than 200 teens flooded this area of the Inner Harbor last night. Now, we're told that there was a heightened police presence out here, all in anticipation of this. But the shooting happened just steps from police officers. So let's get you back to this scene video so you can see what this area looked like last night. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison telling us that just after 9 p.m., officers were busy breaking up a large fight near Pratt and Gay Streets. They were arresting an individual involved in that fight, and that's when they heard the shots ring out. A 14 and 16-year-old were hit, according to police. One was shot in the leg, the other was shot in the back. Now, officers then arrested 2 people. One was speeding away on a dirt bike, but officers were able to track him to police headquarters garage, where he was found with a loaded gun. Now, Commissioner Harrison says officers are still working to determine whether this person was connected to the shooting. Simultaneously, though, officers tracked another suspect to Light and Lombard Streets. He was also arrested without incident, and that suspect did match the description that witnesses gave, so police do believe he's a person of interest. And police tell us, Taylor and Tom, that he was found with a loaded ghost gun.
Now, Shannon, the big question right now is what are leaders doing to prevent this from happening once again?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the question on everyone's minds, Taylor. And we did hear from the mayor last night. He and the police commissioner came out here to the Inner Harbor. They were speaking with the media. And the mayor says that curfews are now needed for young people. Listen.
What we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior. We're not going to continue to see our young people be harmed in the way they are. We're going to do everything in our power, and that includes making sure that we get them off the streets ourselves if need be.
So that means for kids under the age of 14, they have to be off city streets by 9 p.m. For kids up to the age of 17 years old, they must be off the streets by 10 p.m. unless they're with a parent. And this is a curfew that has long been in place for many years here in the city. It's just now being enforced. Reporting live in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And we have pressed the mayor multiple times on how he and city police plan to keep the peace this summer. In fact, last week, Mayor Scott wouldn't say much on the topic.
We're never going to talk about that publicly because people that commit crimes in Baltimore watch the news as well. But know that the partnership that we have between myself, State's Attorney Ivan Bates, with our Attorney General Anthony Brown, with our U.S. Attorney Eric Brown, with the Police Commissioner, with our Governor, we're going to work each and every day.
Well, Fox 45 News also pressed Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison about the city's summer crime plan, and this is what he had to say.
The plan is to have a robust police presence. The plan, as you heard the mayor, is to provide alternative entertainment and alternative options for young people to have something to do. While that is happening, we will have a robust police presence to do exactly what we did, to work as hard as we can to prevent these things from happening, and if and when they do, to move swiftly to apprehend those who are responsible, like we are witnessing tonight.
Now, last night, the police commissioner went on to praise the department for taking action quickly and apprehending the suspect who was armed without having incident. The other ones fled on a dirt bike, and they had crashed before they took that person into custody.
Now, chaos around the Inner Harbor is not a new issue. Last May, a similar situation happened in the same area. Dozens of kids were seen running through the harbor, and at that time, business owners we spoke with said they'd been forced to close early. Nothing new here. Weeks after that Memorial Day weekend, a shooter opened fire, killing a teenager and injuring a police officer. No, injuring another. Police eventually arrested the teen for that crime. Business owners and residents have expressed their concerns for more safety improvements at the harbor, and a local economist agrees.
Running a restaurant in downtown Baltimore, the cost of ingredients has gone up as part of the inflationary story. Workers are difficult to find. Often commercial rents have been on the rise. It is also the case that many households are consuming food by ordering in, so there's more competition. And then on top of it, the madness and mayhem that is downtown Baltimore and Baltimore City generally, it makes business very difficult.
Local economist Aaron Basu says the chaos and crime will have an impact on tourism. He says if people don't feel safe, they won't visit Baltimore anymore.
Fox 45 News will continue following the recent chaos in the Inner Harbor. You can find all of our past reporting right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. As far as crime goes statewide, lawmakers passing the bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several more crime bills that are still up in the air. One of them being the Violent Firearm Offender Act. First introduced under the Hogan administration, it would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony, raising it from a misdemeanor. Political analyst John Deedy says Democrats would need to see even more crime before considering moving forward with that bill.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Just ahead in our 6:30 coverage, we'll be taking a deeper dive into what's expected in the 2023 legislative session. Lawmakers going back and forth over the Kerwin education plan. Just ahead, why some say it doesn't guarantee better outcomes for students.
And global tensions rising between China, Taiwan, and just ahead, how the White House is reacting to the aggression.
Our temperatures chilly this morning, but we've got a nice warm up today and later this week as well. We're going to break it all down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. 6:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast, and it's chilly on your Monday morning as you're up early with us here. We'll take you outside, show you some of those numbers. 32 right at the freezing mark in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Bel Air at 38. We're 35 in Baltimore City. Some lower 40s for Westminster and Annapolis. So overall, in your morning drive, may still need that defroster with temperatures in the mid to upper 30s over the next couple of hours, eventually to the 40s by about 9 a.m. So we should top out at 67. Gorgeous afternoon with those temperatures close to average, with mild conditions. Sun coming up in about 20 minutes or so from right now. We'll share that sunrise with you and take you all the way through the rest of your morning right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. This morning, many are looking at China's military exercise expected to continue today. Now, over the weekend, the nation raising alarms, sending a stern warning to Taiwan. Taking you live from Capitol Hill this morning, where U.S. responds to those military drills in the region. The U.S. Navy says it will conduct a mission today with a destroyer in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, House Republicans are taking the lead on confronting China's aggression. In fact, Saturday, China kicked off their drills, sending several dozen warplanes and 11 warships towards Taiwan. And China said Sunday it simulated precision attacks on key targets in Taiwan, including tactical maneuvers by the Chinese Navy. Now, this comes on the heels of a meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's President Friday, plus House Foreign Affairs Committee spokesperson Michael McCall, who led a bipartisan House delegation to Indo-Pacific region just last week. In fact, McCall, seen here, promised to help provide Taiwanese armed forces with additional training and to speed up weapons deliveries after China imposed a travel ban and increased military activity. McCall said that he met with Taiwan's president Sunday, stressing Taiwanese defense capabilities are not where they need to be to stop the hypothetical Chinese invasion. He called for the U.S. to beef up military presence in Taiwan to deter an all-out war. That's the latest from our live center. Now, Tesla they keep getting cheaper. Just ahead, how much consumers will be saving on their electric vehicles. And Meta going into their second round of layoffs. Just ahead, the employees who will be affected the most. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:16 and in your consumer news this Monday, Tesla has lowered the prices on its vehicles in the U.S. again. They're working to attract new buyers as the industry gets more competitive. The price of its Model S and Model X vehicles were slashed by about $5,000 each. The latest round of reductions also comes as Tesla prepares for the $7,500 tax credit applied to purchases of its more affordable models April 18th. The reduction is related to the new criteria for EV tax credits recently issued by the Treasury Department. Meta's 2 rounds of layoffs are affecting the company's customer service for users, influencers, communities, and businesses. Didi Gatton, and with the National Desk, has more on the latest job cuts.
It's not uncommon to run into someone who said their account appears to be hacked or they've been locked out and they struggled to get support from Facebook or Instagram. It's happened to me. It's happened to many people. On the other side of the apps you're using, their parent company Meta has cut about 21,000 jobs to date. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg said part of the company's goal in their year of efficiency would be improving financial performance, and that would involve layoffs, which we've seen on a massive scale. Now, according to a CNBC report, those cuts involved a big chunk of Meta's customer service operations, all of the changes behind the scenes raising concerns for content creators and businesses who rely on social media influencers.
Typically, the people that are paying for advertising, say small businesses or influencers that are developing content, those are exactly the people that you need to be keeping in touch with. This is not necessarily a great trend, and it's going to hurt Facebook perhaps more than most companies, because Facebook is already, if you will, coming out of style. It's one of the legacy now social media products, and in recent surveys, both Facebook and Instagram are no longer the top social media channels for young people.
Dr. David Vequist, business professor at the University of the Incarnate Word, tells me some businesses have started turning to other apps they say will give them better customer service. Recently, Zuckerberg announced a new subscription service which includes access to a real person for account issues. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Didi Gatton.
Well, a San Francisco eatery that became an inspiration for Bob's Burgers is shutting down. Food inflation, pandemic debt were cited for reasons for the closure. The Just For You cafe's interior design became an inspiration source for the animated sitcom Bob's Burgers. Cafe's owner hasn't turned a profit in nearly 2 years.
All right, I'm looking forward to the hot weather this weekend. Let's talk to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because that's not where we are right now.
No, speaking of burgers, man, grilling out, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Time.
Even fired up the grill on Saturday when it was kind of chilly, but overall, we're going to see some very nice conditions this week to get out and get some of that grilling done. Maybe you can get some of those hot dogs, or one of those 3 hot dog things with the crab dip on it that was out at Camden Yards we were talking about on Friday morning with Mark, who got the food and I didn't, but it's all good. We had a lot of fun. Man, out there, and it was thanks to the Orioles for having us out. We O's are back at it. We'll have your O's cast here coming up. We'll talk about the A's who are going to be in town this week for that game again tonight at 6:35, about 12 hours or so from right now. 35 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Overall, we do have freeze warnings in effect, and they go until 10 o'clock. These areas here in purple this morning. The blue areas under frost advisories. So it's just the fact that those temperatures are going to be dropping right near that freezing mark, and that's what we're seeing right now as you step outside. So as the kids get back to school this morning, beep, beep, we're seeing those temperatures in the 30s, 60 by noontime, and mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. We know a lot of kids on spring break. Maybe you taking the day off as well. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning to you. Yeah, he's excited about the temperatures that are nicer now. Still chilly through 9 a.m., but right about 60 for lunchtime as Hank's hanging out with his feathered friends, including the Oriole bird, who I actually found out they are friends and they do hang out. So kind of a cool thing. Carroll and Baltimore counties, our numbers in the mid to upper 60s here through the afternoon today. And that's about average or closer to average for this time of year. Even in Harford and Cecil counties, those low to mid 60s up there, all the way toward Northeast and Elkton at 64 for you this afternoon. All right, here's a look at your O's cast, and first pitch tonight at 6:35. Sun will still be up and temperatures will still be in the 60s. Even heading into the evening tonight, maybe just a light pullover if you're going to be heading out to Camden Yards. Again, a 4-game series against the O's here at home before they head on the road this upcoming weekend to Chicago. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying mainly dry here. Nice ridge of high pressure settling in. So we're not tracking any rain for most of this week. A few high clouds around Tuesday into Wednesday, but overall not going to be much to get in your way with those temperatures that are rising nicely. Shout out to Louise and Dave. This is George, their grand dog. That's a Roxanne's doggy right there. So thank you, Louise and Dave. They love watching the show, and we appreciate having you on. And thanks for sending in a picture of good-looking George right there. If you want to get your pet pics on TV, it's JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Love to get those pet pics, and we'll put them on. And a great afternoon to get out with the doggies. Warmer temperatures tomorrow. We're talking mid-70s on Tuesday, and then low to mid-80s as we wrap up the work week and head into this upcoming weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the region. No major issues to report here on this Monday morning at 6:22, but we want to get a check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, we've got 10 train 511 and 10 train 400, both operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains at BART look good for travel. Light rail link still keeping to the schedule in both directions of that service. No delays or problems. And Metro subway link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Sunnier days are upon us. We've got temperatures in the 80s this week. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, what you should be looking for when it comes to choosing the right sunscreen.
And feeling stressed can be one of the causes of why you wake up with a sore jaw. Just ahead, what you can do to help ease jaw tension. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, a lot of us are under a lot of stress these days, and you know where you can start to feel it? It's like right here in your mouth.
Yeah, Dentists see evidence of it more and more because of our mouths. It's because of clenching, grinding teeth, and it's called bruxism. Apparently, it's on the rise, and Consumer Reports explains it can cause big problems if it's left untreated. Are you one of those people who wakes up with sore jaw in the morning? It could be a sign that you're grinding or clenching your teeth. And these days, you are not alone. According to the American Dental Association, the number of patients reporting these symptoms has increased by a whopping 69% since 2020. It's actually a medical disorder called bruxism, in which the patient clenches or grinds their teeth unconsciously at night or during the day.
According to dentists, there are a large number of possible causes, but the main factors that could increase your risk of developing bruxism include stress, anxiety, and tension.
People with bruxism may wake up with a sore or even stiff jaw or neck, headaches, ringing in the ears. And worse, it can lead to damaged teeth. To relieve the discomfort and prevent any further damage, schedule a visit with your dentist to determine the severity of the disorder and a plan of action.
Wearing a guard at night is your first line of defense against bruxism, according to some dentists. A guard puts space between your upper and lower teeth and allows your jaw muscles to relax. A guard that's made by your doctor or an endodontist will probably be more effective than an over-the-counter one, but also more expensive.
In addition to the mouth guard, many patients find relaxing activities like yoga and meditation can help ease their jaw tension.
Experts also advise seeing a physical therapist trained to treat bruxism that can teach you exercises to stretch and lengthen the muscles in your neck and jaw that lead to clenching and grinding. For severe cases, your dentist might even suggest Botox injections.
We are in a freeze warning that is in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when we can expect warmer temperatures today.
All eyes on Annapolis with just hours left in the 2023 General Assembly session. Just ahead, we're going to talk about the crime bills that have passed and the ones that have stalled.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you. It's April 10th already. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers.
Yeah, we're going to have a good week today. I'm just going to declare it right now.
All right, starting off this Monday morning, and it's going to be a good week per Taylor Stewart. Let's find out what meteorologist has to say about the weather connected with this great week.
Yeah, I mean, it's 410 day, guys, so enjoy that. All of our 410 area codes out there, the old school, I guess you would say, because a lot of us have 443 or whatever that new one is. Either way, good morning to you, and it will be a good afternoon as we take a look outside right now from our Towson traffic circle. Everything looking good. Sun coming up in just a little bit from right now. Overall, our numbers are mainly in the 30s throughout most of the Mid-Atlantic and the Chesapeake Bay region. So we do have freeze warnings, all of those areas in purple. That goes until 10 o'clock this morning, only because we're in growing season now and we have those numbers that are near that freezing mark. But overall, Mr. Bo still says we're good to go. Numbers in the mid to upper 30s next few hours. Eventually warming up nicely. Our high of 67 this afternoon will be slightly above average. Mid 70s tomorrow, lower 80s on Wednesday. So a nice steady warm up with nothing but sunny skies for your outdoor plans. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's check your Len Stoller traffic network. Your drive time's looking great here at 632. Everything in the green, no issues to report.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people. We know this week we had a free spring break camp for young people, but what we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior.
This morning, now to a city in crisis, 14 and 16-year-olds recovering after being shot at the Inner Harbor just last night. This is the second night in less than a week. Chaos has broken out at the Inner Harbor. We're continuing to press Mayor Brendan Scott on the city's crime plan as juveniles continue to get caught up in the crossfire in violence in Baltimore. Topping our next half hour, we are taking a deeper dive into this violence and how the peace will be kept this summer.
Meanwhile, today is the last day of the legislative session in Annapolis. Over the weekend, lawmakers passed several crime bills, but others, like the one that deals with violent repeat offenders, it has stalled once again. These bills are critical in Baltimore because of the spike we're seeing in violence around the Inner Harbor.
Well, lawmakers did just pass a bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several other more crime bills that are still up in the air.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us with the status of those bills as the clock winds down. Shannon.
Yeah, in fact, Taylor, lawmakers have just hours left in this year's legislative session to get these bills passed. Of course, top of mind here in the city is the issue of crime, especially as shown by last night's violence here in the Inner Harbor. So for some time, the future of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's bill was up in the air, but within just the last few days, lawmakers did pass it. And that means if it is signed by the governor, then it will increase jail time for illegal gun use. In the meantime, though, several other bills working to crack down on crime are stalling. The Violent Firearm Offender Act is backed by Republicans and was first introduced under the Hogan administration. And if it's passed, it would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony. Right now, it's currently a misdemeanor. Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about the bill, and he believes it would take a lot before Democrats would consider moving forward with it.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Now, another bill that's stalling is Senate Bill 564, and if this bill's passed, it would make the theft of a handgun a felony, punishable of up to 5 years in prison. But Deedy believes the chances of either of these bills passing by the end of today is slim to none. Reporting live in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Meanwhile, lawmakers passed a bill limiting where people with wear and carry permits can actually bring their firearms. This bill bans people from bringing their guns within 100 feet of a public place. That includes hospitals, churches, restaurants, movie theaters. And while some say that could help reduce the growing amount of gun violence, others say the going after legal gun ownership is not going to stop criminals. And critics call the bill unconstitutional. They say it'll be challenged in court if the governor does choose to sign it.
Let's take a look at some of the crime that's happened while Maryland lawmakers have been in session. In fact, 3 teenagers were killed. 15-year-old LaRon Henderson in January, 16-year-old Andre Moreno Jr. in February, and 16-year-old Isaiah Carter in March.
And then at the end of January, a 23-year-old mother was shot and killed. Police say she was caught in the crossfire while picking up food. She was trying to drive away when she was shot and crashed the car. Her 2 young sons were inside that car. They were hurt in the crash. And then just last month, 6 people were shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. One of the victims, Olympic boxer Ernest Hall, died. A 15-year-old boy was also hurt in that shooting.
This month, police say a neighbor shot 4 people in northeast Baltimore. 2 of those victims died. Mayor Brandon Scott calling the shooting one of the most disturbing things he's seen during his time in elected office.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe lawmakers have done enough to address public safety this session? So far, 99% of voters say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, elsewhere in your session 2023 coverage, lawmakers going back and forth over education spending that was laid out in the Kerwin Education Plan.
Last week, Mayor Brandon Scott proposed the city's budget. It included $79 million for the Kerwin plan. The mayor called it a gut punch, but Republicans have long criticized this plan as well, saying it's too expensive and doesn't guarantee better outcomes for students.
The Democrats have pushed back, but now it seems like lawmakers both sides of the aisle are open to the idea of tweaking the plan.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be 1 or 2 things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Are you open to changing the funding formula for locals who are worried that they can't continue to tap their reserves moving forward?
I think we're always back every year, and I think we're always open to make sure if the facts and data are there, we will address it. You know, certainly we know on May 1st when the public emergency, when the emergency is expired, there will be a change in calculations, and Medicaid will have a redetermination, and we'll see what the roles look like with the changes in qualifications. But that's why we have our interim committees.
Meanwhile, lawmakers in the Senate are expected to vote on its version of a bill for legalized marijuana today. Now, the plan has preliminary approval. The identical version passed the House on Saturday. Under this bill, adults 21 years old will be able to legally purchase recreational pot starting on July 1st, but it doesn't look like Marylanders will be able to order it online just yet.
2 teenagers shot during a fight just steps away from officers at the Inner Harbor. How the mayor's reacting to this violence.
And Maryland's seeing a warming trend just ahead, how your work week is shaping up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Spring can be very dynamic, and so can art, as evidenced by this piece fashioned out of a recent hailstorm. Elsewhere, other signs of spring, such as this lovely bluebird perched in a tree in Greenville, Tennessee, and an Easter Sunday trip to pick blossoming tulips, these vibrant colors captured at a Virginia farm roughly an hour outside of Washington, D.C.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back. 6:41 is your time. We're 19 minutes in front of 7 o'clock. There it is, right there in the left corner of our big old live window. That sun that is coming up right now on this gorgeous Monday morning, albeit a little chilly, but we've got a very nice day ahead. So after a chilly morning, warmer conditions for the afternoon and a pretty pleasant week ahead with numbers that will continue to rise steadily. As you rise and shine with us, grab that cup of joe, enjoy breakfast with us as well. Temperature staying mainly in the 30s for the next few hours and should hit those lower 40s by about 9 a.m. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at how long these above average numbers will stick around and when we can expect some more rain as well.
All right, how does this sound? A 4-day work week? Well, the push for it continues just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour. How companies are responding to the idea.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people.
Just ahead in about 20 minutes, we speak with a political commentator on the chaos returning to the Baltimore streets. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your morning rush, a large crowd of kids once again gathering at the Inner Harbor Sunday night, and this time it ended with 2 teenagers shot. Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Inner Harbor this morning with what we're learning about the suspects. Shannon.
Well, Taylor, police have arrested 2 people following the shooting, and they are still working to determine whether or not they are connected to the shooting. But we do know at least one of the suspects did match the description given by witnesses, according to police, and one of them is a person of interest. Both of these people that were arrested were found to have loaded guns on them, one of them a ghost gun, according to police. Now, when it comes to the victims, as far as we know this morning, they are still in the hospital, one of them in critical condition, the other in stable condition. And it all comes after a large crowd of young people gathered here in the Inner Harbor once again last night, and a fight broke out. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, I'm going to have the very latest in this investigation, plus details on a curfew that leaders plan to enforce following this incident. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. While Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore remains uncertain, if he does stay with the team, he'll be throwing to one of the biggest names in football. Odell Beckham Jr. has announced he'll be joining the Baltimore Ravens. Three-time Pro Bowler sharing the news on the Instagram page. OBJ missed all of last season with a torn ACL, but when he is healthy, he has the potential to be a top target on any football team, something the Ravens have been missing at the wide receiver position.
Now, Ravens fans are flocking to social media reacting to this announcement. A lot of excitement, but some people are not so sure. Take a look here. One person saying, y'all hyping him up like he's Randy Moss. He's coming off of 2 ACL injuries. He is coming off an ACL injury, but this is one to take a look. This is great, but Lamar staying would be way better. It'd be great to have 2 superstars. Maybe that could be the case. And how could anyone in Baltimore be excited about this? I don't know. I feel like it's a great pick, but let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. How are you feeling about the chance of Odell Beckham possibly coming here?
I don't know.
No?
I like to call him Old Dell Beckham Jr. because
wow.
Well, I just don't. I kind of agree with the folks who are like, he's an injured player. He's,
you put him out to pasture?
Teams. Huh?
You put him out to pasture already. He hasn't even put on the uniform.
He was great for the Giants, but it's like, I don't know. But you bring an old veteran in, you're like
stretching that back.
Maybe they need some stability. Maybe they need an older guy. Maybe,
Oh, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think there's a lot bigger things happening than trying to, sign some older wide receiver. What? Huh?
Done. He's signed. He's coming.
Who?
Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, I
he
know
says
that, but
OBJ,
$18
$18 million.
Yeah, I'm talking about, the other guy.
The number 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little more pressing. All right. Our live cam in Towson. The good news is we're in baseball season. We know the draft is coming up at the end of the month, too. So it's football, baseball, great sports town. As you know, we all love living here. In our Towson cam right now, there's that sun that is up this morning from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Overall, nice, clear conditions and temps that are chilly. 35, your number in Towson right now. Not much in the way of wind that we're tracking. And we do have freeze warnings that are posted all of our areas here in purple, which is pretty much all of us under that freeze warning until 10 o'clock this morning. The frost advisories for some of the eastern shore counties and down toward the south as well. So overall, it's growing season. We know we're getting a lot of planting done. There's a lot of birds and bees out there and dragonflies. Our next 12 hours, as Daryl the Dragonfly says, numbers steadily rising. Should have a very nice afternoon. The average is 64 for this time of year. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. 61, a little cooler for you in Annapolis and out toward the eastern shore in Chestertown down through Easton. But how about 67 in Baltimore City this afternoon? We know those pollen numbers are off the charts, and mainly for those trees in the high category as more of those trees are blooming. Great day to fly today. Pilots would love to get up and fly with you. A little sad that the red wagon's in the shop right now, so hopefully I can get up and fly with somebody. Visual flight rules all day. We're talking about VFR conditions. Great day to fly. Check out our temperature tracker. It's going to be a really nice week with temperatures that will continue to rise too. The average line right there in the low to mid 60s. We're going to be well above that, especially starting tomorrow and later this week with those low to mid 80s on the way. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, no issues. Green lights for your car wash cast. And that's because we've got this nice ridge of high pressure that is settled in here over most of the mid-Atlantic. That's going to stick around here for the next couple of days, and we're not going to see much in the way of rainfall either, not until we get to this upcoming weekend. Shout out to Frankie and Matt in Chestertown. Look at Penny, and Penny is ready for crab season as the doggy right there kind of sniffing on that crab. So thanks, Frankie and Matt, for sending that picture in. Always love getting your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. So 67 today, mid-70s tomorrow, lower 80s on Wednesday, and mid-80s, as I mentioned, as we head toward the weekend. Next chance for rain does come. A chance for a few showers on Saturday, possibly into Sunday as well, but overall not a lot, and temperatures that will still stay above average.
6:50 now, and some felt the need for speed this Easter at the Audubon Indoor Speedway in White Marsh. In fact, take a look at this. Some organizers say this is the Easter Bunny's cousin, Fred. You'll see him dancing here in just a little bit, not driving. He was there he is, getting in on the action. Racers had the chance to win prizes like free shirts, race packages, and a picture with Fred.
When it comes to Easter candy, though, chocolate is the clear winner, according to a report from Instacart. The shopping app recorded sales leading up to the holiday, and they found that the Reese's peanut butter eggs were #1, followed by Kinder chocolates. And across the country, Reese's peanut butter eggs were best in 30 states, including here in Maryland.
We want to see how you are celebrating Easter or Passover. Just scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. Send your pictures and videos to us there. And make sure you put your names and your location there, too. You can also use the Fox 45 mobile app to head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
A lot of people want to get better with how they spend their money, whether that's spending less or earning more. Still ahead this morning in our 8 o'clock hour, the simple ways you can get smarter with your own budget.
And getting enough exercise is important to our health. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, workouts that can help you build the strength you need to tackle everyday life.
Yeah, and you know what? I need to give some strength for the morning.
And tackle Monday?
Tackle Monday?
Yeah, we all need it.
Yeah.
It's time for a coffee break.
But this speaks to a larger issue that young people would, number one, have ease of access to these firearms and would use them indiscriminately, shooting people within 50 feet of 25 to 30 police officers who are in the block. Either they don't care about consequences or don't believe the consequences, and they have no respect for human life or the sanctity of life or authority.
Just heard it right there. Police saying 200-plus young people gathering at the Inner Harbor just last night. When a fight breaks out, police move in to break it up, then gunfire. 2 young people were shot, 2 others caught with illegal handguns. Joining us this morning with response to the Commissioner Harrison's plea, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
He started pointing at the different areas of the problem here. No respect at all because police were just feet away from them. He said upwards of 40 officers responding last night. 25 were there at the scene when the shooting broke out. He said the shooters obviously knew police were there, still shot at those 2 others. They were able to catch the one suspect. Another person fled off in a dirt bike, ended up crashing into a parking garage at the police headquarters, and both of them were found with illegal handguns on them. So when you start looking at this, he says, you know what, we need to have some more accountability. He's basically saying, parents, where are you?
You know, actually, Tom, it's deeper than that. It tells you they have no respect, no fear, and they think they're playing some video game or watching some movie. And that they, because they read the laws and the tea leaves of what's going on in this country, they actually believe they can engage law enforcement. I mean, you and I, our generations and the generations before ours would never think of engaging law enforcement with a firearm because we would be killed. Mm-hmm. They don't care about dying. That's the only other thing they're saying here. In fact, it may be an honor for them. And who knows who's infiltrating their mind? It could be the gangs. You just don't know who has captured these kids. But I'm telling you, not only is it scary, it is deadly. And what is so unfortunate, you know, when you shoot these kids, they seems to be, it's law enforcement that's on trial and not these kids, no matter what the circumstances were when you shot them. You don't think all these things play into their mind and their actions? Of course it does.
Yeah, Armstrong, we've heard that over the last 8 to 10 years, more of an attack on changing law enforcement. Do you think that has emboldened the younger people to say, oh, well, you know what, we're going to continue doing what we do because what does it matter? We're hardly getting any jail time anyway.
Yeah, even deeper, Tom, do they care about dying? Mm-hmm. It's the deep issue. And when you don't care about dying, you literally have nothing to lose. But here's the thing is, there's still a fraction of the population. And parents and people in the community are very aware that this mindset and this culture exists. Law enforcement cannot weed this culture out alone. These are the kinds of people that should be put away for life. Never, ever seen the light of day. When you capture someone like this, Tom, knowing how brazen they are, I don't care if they're 12 years old. You need to put them away so they can never see the light of day.
But Armstrong, people are saying, okay, now you're starting to lead to mass incarceration. You're also starting, and this is political arguments happening right now in Annapolis. Others are saying, you know, their minds aren't strong enough until they're at least 25, so prison just molds them the wrong way, makes them even harder criminals when they come out, whatever time they do serve, while the other half or another portion, I should say, of down in Annapolis, they're saying we should allow kids 16 and older to vote. So they're getting mixed messages themselves.
But Tom, I think most people will agree with this. If Baltimore has 400,000 residents, let's use that as a number, and 600 of them are like these kids, I think the needs of the many outweighs the few. I think most people, because it's been at their doorsteps, they've been impacted by it, I think they will agree that they need to be put away for life. The problem is the so-called leadership that has the real power to put these kids away, or these thugs away, and they don't.
Okay. Armstrong, we'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
A large crowd of kids once again gathering here in the Inner Harbor, and this time it ends in gunfire. Just ahead, the very latest in this investigation, plus the action that leaders are taking to keep you safe.
Sun is up on your Monday morning and temperatures are chilly now, but don't you worry. We've got a warmer day ahead and much warmer conditions later this week. We'll break it all down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles had a tough Easter weekend. They started strong with a 7-6 win over the Yankees for Friday's home opener. Then they dropped to the Yankees. Even through Adley Rutschman went 4-4 yesterday to the plate. Tonight, starting game 4 for that series, it's against the A's. And it happens at what time, Justin?
It's a 4-game series.
4-game series.
And the first game is at 6:35.
First game is 6:35.
So, yeah, not game 4, but a 4-game series.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew you know the weather, you know about baseball, you know how to put a hex on the team. So
what do you got for us?
Yeah. I tried. You know, I was in the dugout.
I know.
And they lost. The Yankees lost on Friday.
I know. You need to go back. Mike Elias, you talked to him on Friday, too.
Right.
He kind of scoffed you about the throwing of the first pitch, but maybe you should come back to him and say, like, hey, I need to, spread the curse.
Just pop down there, like,
right?
During the home game.
I like that.
All right. Either way, yeah, it should be a great evening for baseball here in Charm City. And again, that 4-game set. This is going to be a real nice week for checking out the O's there at Camden Yards with the sun that is now up right now. Numbers here into the 30s here for Cockeysville and Baltimore, 32 in Columbia, lower 40s in Westminster, 39 in Annapolis. So we do have freeze warnings, at least for the next 3 hours. That's all of the areas here in purple. Eastern Shore, you're under some frost advisories as well, with numbers that are going to kind of hang out right about in the 30s where we are right now. This should be the coldest point of the morning as we get into the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Winking at you as you head off to work or school with numbers back to the 40s through 9 a.m. And we're on our way to highs in the 60s this afternoon, which will be a lot closer to average for this time of year. We hit 61 yesterday, but at about 6 or 7 degrees for those numbers. Should be a nice Monday afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, let's get a check of your Len Stoller Traffic Network. A live look at those regional cameras throughout the Baltimore region. Looking great. Not a lot of volume out there so far.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people.
Now, this morning in a city in crisis, a shooting lands 2 teenagers in the hospital. It happened as chaos broke out at the Inner Harbor on Sunday. Police confirmed that shooting resulted in a fight after 2 people were on Gay Street and Pratt Streets.
Now, here's a look from the scene from the Inner Harbor just last night. Dozens, well, actually hundreds, gathering in response to a social media post encouraging people to pop out in the Inner Harbor last night. And this comes just days after hundreds of young people also created rowdy crowds there Wednesday.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Inner Harbor with the latest on this case and the condition of the victims. Shannon.
Well, as far as we know this morning, Taylor, those 2 teens are still in the hospital, one in critical but stable condition, the other thankfully in stable condition. It all comes, though, after that swarm of teens, close to 2 or more than 200 we're hearing, gathered right here in this area of the Inner Harbor just last night. Now, there was a heightened police presence out here, all in anticipation of this, we're told, but the shooting happened just steps from police officers. So let's get you back to this scene video so you can see what this area looked like last night. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison telling us just after 9 p.m. officers were busy breaking up a large fight that was happening near Pratt and Gay Streets, and they were arresting an individual that was involved in this fight, and that's when they heard the shots ring out. A 14 and 16-year-old were hit, according to police, one shot in the leg, the other in the back. Officers then arrested 2 people, and one of them was speeding away on a dirt bike, we're told, but officers were able to track him to police headquarters garage, where he was found with a loaded gun. Commissioner Harrison says officers are still working to determine whether this person was connected to the shooting. But simultaneously, though, officers tracked another suspect to Light and Lombard Streets. He was also arrested without incident, but this suspect matched the description that witnesses gave, and police do believe that he is a person of interest. They also say that he was also found with a loaded gun, Tom and Taylor, and this time it was a ghost gun.
Shannon, the big question now is this has happened twice. So what are leaders doing to prevent this from happening once again?
Absolutely, Taylor. So we did hear from the mayor last night. He and the police commissioner were out here in the Inner Harbor following this shooting, and he says that curfews are going to be needed now that this has happened again. Take a listen.
What we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior. We're not going to continue to see our young people be harmed in the way they are. We're going to do everything in our power, and that includes making sure that we get them off the streets ourselves if need be.
So that means for kids under 14, they have to be off the streets by 9 p.m. For kids up to the ages of 17, they have to be off the streets by 10 p.m. unless they are being accompanied by their parent. And this is a curfew that has been in place for years. It's just now going to be enforced. Reporting live at the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We pressed the mayor multiple times on how he and the city plan to keep the peace this summer. In fact, last week, Mayor Scott wouldn't say much on the topic.
We're never going to talk about that publicly because people that commit crimes in Baltimore watch the news as well. But know that the partnership that we have between myself, State's Attorney Ivan Bates, with our Attorney General Anthony Brown, with our U.S. Attorney Eric Brown, with the Police Commissioner, with our Governor, we're going to work each and every day.
FOX45 has also pressed Baltimore City Police Commissioner Michael Harrison about the city's summer crime plan. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The plan is to have a robust police presence. The plan, as you heard the mayor, is to provide alternative entertainment and alternative options for young people to have something to do. While that is happening, we will have a robust police presence to do exactly what we did, to work as hard as we can to prevent these things from happening, and if and when they do, to move swiftly to apprehend those who are responsible, like we are witnessing tonight.
Last night, the police commissioner went on to praise the department for taking action quickly and apprehending the suspects who were armed without having incident or injury and not having to use force. Chaos around the Inner Harbor is not a new issue. Just last May, a similar situation happened in the same area. Dozens of kids were seen swarming the area at the harbor at that time. Businesses had to close early because of the chaos. It's nothing new, though. Weeks after that, Memorial Day weekend, rather, a suspect opened fire in the harbor, killing a teenager and injuring another. Police eventually arrested another teen for that crime. Business owners, residents, they've expressed their concerns that more needs to be done to improve safety, and a local economist agrees.
Running a restaurant in downtown Baltimore, the cost of ingredients has gone up as part of the inflationary story. Workers are difficult to find. Often commercial rents have been on the rise. It is also the case that many households are consuming food by ordering in, so there's more competition. And then on top of it, the madness and mayhem that is downtown Baltimore and Baltimore City generally, it makes business very difficult.
Local economist Aaron Bupa says the chaos and crime will have an impact on tourism. He says if people don't feel safe, they simply will not visit Baltimore.
Now, as far as crime on a statewide level, lawmakers passed the bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several more crime bills still up in the air. One being the Violent Firearm Offender Act, first introduced under the Hogan administration. It would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony. It is currently a misdemeanor. Political analyst John Dede says Democrats would need to see even more crime before considering moving forward with that bill.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Well, coming up here in our next half hour, we'll be taking a deeper dive into what to expect of the 2023 legislative session as it comes to an end. Signing died tonight. This morning, many looking at China as military exercises expected to continue today. Over the weekend, nation raised some alarms, sending a stern warning to Taiwan. In fact, we should be able to take you right now to taking live right here to the Capitol. And Capitol Hill, where the U.S. responds to their own military drills in that region. The U.S. and the Navy says that it will conduct a mission with a destroyer in South China Sea. Meanwhile, House Republicans taking the lead on confronting China's aggression. Saturday, China kicked off their drills, sending several dozen warplanes and 11 warships toward Taiwan. China said also Sunday it simulated precision attacks on key targets in Taiwan, including what they call tactical maneuvers in the Chinese Navy. This comes on the heels of a meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's president Friday, plus House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Representative Michael McCall leading a bipartisan House delegation to the Indo-Pacific region just last week. McCall, as you see right here, promised to help provide Taiwanese armed forces with additional training and to speed up weapons deliveries after China imposed a travel ban and increased military activity. McCall said he met with Taiwan's president Sunday, stressing that Taiwan's defense capabilities are not where they need to be to stop a hypothetical Chinese invasion. He called for the U.S. to beef up military presence in Taiwan to deter an all-out war. That's the latest from our live center.
All right, let's get another check of your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I'm just so happy we're talking about 80s later this week.
Exactly right, Taylor. Good morning to you and good morning, everybody. I think a lot of folks happy about that, too. I know a little chilly on Saturday and yesterday, real nice for Easter Sunday with plenty of sun, not much wind out there. We're starting off cold this morning from our Towson camera with the sun that is now up. And statewide, our numbers are in the 30s, but even some lower 40s around. 41 Westminster, 31 Chestertown, 39 Annapolis, and 34 North Beach. Same number for you in Baltimore City at this hour. hours. So as you head out this door on 410 day, jacket and sunglasses definitely will be needed. No need for that umbrella on your out the door cast. Rain does come into play, but not until we get to the weekend, which we'll talk about in our 7-day forecast in a few moments. But if you are going to get some exercise in, out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours, 30s and 40s, definitely on the cooler side. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Today in Annapolis, lawmakers expected to vote on marijuana legislation. Coming up in our next half hour, what's to come of the plan that already has preliminary approval?
But first, as the weather heats up, many of us are looking forward to spending time outside. A doctor is going to join us live to discuss how you can stay safe in the sun and choose the right sunscreen. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
In today's Monday morning house call, it is starting to get warmer out there, and so many of us are going to want to start spending time outside. More time outside means more sun, and of course, you want to choose the right sunscreen to keep yourself safe. Joining us this morning to discuss how to stay safe, Dr. Kevin Frentz, the chair of GBMC's Department of Family Medicine. Great to have you on.
Lovely to be here.
So we really should be wearing sunscreen year-round, but obviously now is the time everyone starts thinking about it.
Well, we should be wearing sunscreen if you don't have to wear it in the middle of the winter if the sun's not out. But if the sun is out in the middle of the winter, you should probably be wearing sunscreen as well. But obviously, the sun is most damaging to us in the summertime, and it's very important that people wear sunscreen.
So what should people be looking for as we start to choose a sunscreen for the summer?
So part of it has to do with how strong the sunscreen is, right? It's called SPF, sun protective factor. So what sun protective factor means is if you get burnt when you're in the sun for 10 minutes, if you put an SPF 15 on, that means it's going to take 15 times more than that for you to get burnt. That being said, we don't put enough sunscreen on. So you shouldn't wear anything less than 15. Less than 15 really doesn't do anything. And we probably put on half as much sunscreen as we should. And so most doctors recommend starting with a 30.
Okay.
Probably not much need to use anything more than 50. And then the other important thing is there are no such things as waterproof sunscreen. Anytime you go in the water, when you come out, you have to put sunscreen on again. And you should be reapplying the sunscreen about every 2 hours if you're going to be outside in the sun.
So lather it up, don't go under 30, and make sure that you're doing that in the sun every day? Important every day?
Reapplying, yeah. Anytime you're going to be out in the sun, especially between 11 in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when the most damaging rays of the sun are out. And so if you're taking your dog out for a walk at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm not telling you that you have to put sunscreen on if you're going to be outside for 5 or 10 minutes.
So there's been an alert about a popular sunscreen, though, we should be aware of, about a product that's inside of it that could be harmful for our bodies. Can you tell us about that?
Indeed, yes. Banana Boat, which is really one of the bigger manufacturers of sunscreen, some of their products were found to have benzene in them. And benzene is not a good chemical. It's in gasoline. It's in a lot of industrial chemicals. And if were you to put benzene on your skin very frequently for a long time, there's a small chance that it could increase your risk of cancer. But the good thing is those products have now been taken off the market. Sunscreens are regulated by the FDA, so that's a really good thing. And so they've been taken off the market. I don't think we have to worry about them anymore. The FDA, of course, is now going to make every manufacturer of sunscreen make sure there's not any benzene in them, and they are generally safe. And trust me, you're a whole lot more likely to get skin cancer from not wearing sunscreen than getting cancer from a little bit of benzene that's going to be in a sunscreen. But throw out Banana Boat. If you have Banana Boat, look up online to see which products have been taken off the market and throw those out.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to go back and check what I've got. Thank you so much, Dr. Friends. As the warmer season is already here, we'll make sure we lather up with the sunscreen.
Indeed. Have a good day.
You too.
A new study says increasing your physical activity levels can lower mortality risks from poor sleep. University researchers from China, using data from more than 92,000 health-monitored adults, sleep and activity levels were classified to measure mortality risks. Those who exercised a lot were not negatively affected by low sleep. Short sleepers doing little exercise had a 69% higher risk of cardiovascular disease. Long sleepers who rarely exercised had a 21% higher cancer risk.
So get some sleep, get some exercise. And lather up with the sunscreen.
Yeah. But that's cool. So if you work out a lot, you
work out a lot, you aren't impacted as much if you get the lower sleep. She works out all the time.
And she does, and she doesn't get a lot of sleep because we all work in the morning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
We're still trying to figure out what is sleep.
Yeah. Do you know what that is now?
You know what, you guys, and also just to real quick to talk about the sunscreen and everything.
Yeah.
Higher sun angles also is this time of year. So now we've got the higher sun angles that's going to continue all the way through summer and into fall, and that also increases that burn. We always talk about the UV index in that 9, 10, 11 category. So we're going to see plenty of sunshine, and this is a good week to start talking about it, especially with those temperatures that are warmer. We all want to get outside, and why wouldn't you? Just a gorgeous afternoon on tap for us. It's a little chilly right now as we look down at Camden Yards. O's back at it tonight against the A's on a 4-game set. They're at home the rest of this week until Friday when they head to Chicago. 34 your temp right now. We're in the upper 60s for this afternoon, so it will be warmer and a very pleasant week ahead as well. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, a lot of kids still on spring break, and maybe you're taking the day off after Easter as well. 34 this hour with 60 by about noontime and recess, and in those mid to upper 60s, you can shed some of those layers from the kids this afternoon. Golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. Ooh, what a Masters yesterday. Boy, I tell you, John Rahm, shout out to the winner, the newest green jacket wearer. Lower 40s here with the frost delays possible this morning, but looking real nice for the afternoon. Trying to post some low numbers out there and not much wind to get in your way either. Lots of yellow on the screen here indicating our temperatures will be in those mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Even for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, we'll keep those 60s going for Ellicott City and Columbia down through Elk Ridge. Right about 64 in Odenton. Glen Burnie and Pasadena also in those mid 60s. And up and down the 95 corridor for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Great looking afternoon with temperatures just slightly above average for most of us. Speaking of your Cast. It was so fun to do that Friday from Camden Yards, but again, probably won't ever be allowed back. It's okay. 6:35 is that first pitch tonight with temperatures in the 60s, maybe just a light pullover for later in the game. Obviously, when the sun goes down, it's a little bit cooler, but 75 tomorrow, lower 80s on Wednesday, mid 80s into Thursday and Friday. So a very nice warming trend. Next chance for rain doesn't come until we get into this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. And Justin was just talking about the great weather. Well, guess what? Wide open roads right now. So if you want to leave now and head down there, Ocean City, down the ocean, you can do that right now and not have any issues out on the highways.
Violence breaking out of the Inner Harbor overnight despite dozens of police officers just feet away. Coming up, how city leaders are responding to the latest shooting.
My Ladies Matter steeplechase race going down this weekend. Oh, right now, nobody's out here. But this weekend, we're expecting about 12,000 people. It's coming up. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
You know what's so Baltimore? One of Maryland's oldest and most competitive days of timber racing. It's returning.
That's right. Since 1902, My Ladies Manor steeplechase races, they're happening this Saturday over the next few Saturdays. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Moncton this morning. He's getting a preview, and I thought you would be horseback, but maybe that's the next hit, right, Mark?
Yeah, I'm not horseback this morning. Jay's the president of the foundation. And so, Jay, tell us about this amazing race. And again, we're expecting like 12,000 people this weekend, right?
That's right. We hope so. The weather will cooperate. I hope your weatherman will help us out with that. So this is the My Ladies Manor steeplechase race, and this will be the 112th running of this race. It hasn't always been at this location, but it's been at this location for many years. And it is the first race in the Triple Crown of Maryland steeplechase racing, which has gone on for years. And basically, this all started out by a couple of rival hunt clubs that bet whose horse could run the fastest and jump the highest and finish first. I'm sure there's a little bit of libations involved in that. And off they went. And so this is the first race in the Triple Crown, then the Grand National and the Maryland Hunt Cup.
And so, Jay, people don't realize Maryland is really, when you talk about horses, Maryland is at the top of the list, right?
Huge, absolutely. You think about New York, California, Kentucky, and Maryland.
Wow.
And there's all kinds of flat track racing, steeplechase racing, hurdles, timber, all kinds of racing.
Again, another checkbox for Maryland. We got it going on. And coming up, Tom, yes, I will not get on top of the horse. The horse is protesting. The horse said no.
The horse said no way.
No, but
it said nay.
I'm going to talk to the horse. Right.
We got the dad jokes going already, Mark. All right, thank you.
Oh, man. All right, for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A pretty and sunny day to start your work week. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers has his full forecast. We'll find out about what it will be like for that steeplechase coming up in just a moment.
All eyes on Annapolis with just hours left in the 2023 General Assembly session. Just ahead, we're going to look at some of the crime bills that have passed and the ones that are stalling.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Prince. Sorry, that was
Justin, right before we came back. He threw that out there.
He did. All right, well, let's focus here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast today. April 10th is going to be a great day. And
just wanted to make sure
we're
aware of Prince.
No purple rain? I see. Come on.
We were playing music for a 7:30 stretch.
Yeah,
everybody out there. Justin does that. He's our DJ Doppler, and he does that. So we were stretching. And then right when we were about to come on, he looks at Taylor. Do you know who Prince is?
And I go, no.
Come on. Sometimes you never know with these kids these days. Let's take a look outside right now. Yeah, no purple rain. That was a good reference. I did enjoy that. Our downtown Baltimore shot, beautiful shot over Camden Yards. O's back at it tonight against the A's, a 4-game series. And man, what a great week it'll be to watch some baseball in Charm City. 32, your temp in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Straight down the JFX from Towson and Baltimore. Our temps are in the 30s right now. A little warmer out near Essex and Middle River, right about 38. In Joppatown, you're at 32 right now as well. Morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Mid to upper 30s over the next few hours, on our way to the lower 40s by 9 a.m. And we're going to be topping out at 67 today and then increasing those numbers Tuesday, mid 70s, lower 80s on Wednesday. So a very nice week ahead with dry conditions and warmer temperatures each day. We do have some rain in our forecast, which we'll talk about in our 7-day in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, let's get a check of your Len Stoller traffic network. Your drive times look great right now. Everything in the green and no incidents to report for your commute.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people. We know this week we had a free spring break camp for young people, but what we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior.
This morning in a city in crisis, of 14 and 16-year-olds, they are recovering after being shot at the Inner Harbor just last night. This is the second night in less than a week. Chaos has broken out at the Inner Harbor, and we're continuing to press Mayor Brendan Scott on the city's crime plan as juveniles continue to get caught up in the crossfire of violence in Baltimore. Topping our next half hour, we're taking a deeper dive into the violence and how the peace will be kept this summer.
Meanwhile, today is the last day of the legislative session in Annapolis. Now, lawmakers rushed to pass several bills over the weekend. However, some GOP crime bills have still stalled. And right now, the Violent Firearms Offender Act, that is stalled once again. These bills critical to Baltimore, especially as we consider violence and the spike we're seeing here at the Inner Harbor.
Lawmakers did just pass a bill, though, that was backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several more crime bills still up in the air.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the status of those bills as that clock is winding down.
It sure is, Taylor. Lawmakers now just have hours left in this year's legislative session to get these bills passed. Of course, top of mind here in the city is the issue of crime, as we just saw last night, that violence that broke out here in the Inner Harbor. Now, for some time, the future of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' crime bill was up in the air, but just in the last few days, lawmakers did pass that bill. And that means if the governor signs the bill, then it will increase jail time for illegal gun use. But meanwhile, there are other bills that are working to crack down on crime that are still stalling. The Violent Firearm Offender Act is backed by Republicans and was first introduced under the Hogan administration. It would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony, which it's currently a misdemeanor under the current law. So we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about this bill, and he believes it would take a lot before Democrats would consider moving forward with it.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
So another bill that's stalling as well is Senate Bill 564, and it would make the theft of a handgun a felony, punishable of up to 5 years in prison. But Deedy believes the chances of either of these bills making it through by the end of today is slim to none. Reporting live in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Meanwhile, lawmakers passed a bill limiting where people with wear and carry permits can actually bring their firearms. This bill bans people from bringing their gun within 100 feet of any public place. That includes churches, hospitals, restaurants, movie theaters, and more. Some say that reducing gun violence is critical, and this bill will help that. But others argue legal gun ownership is not the issue. Critics have called this bill unconstitutional and say it will be challenged in court if the governor signs off.
Well, let's take a look at some of the crime that's happened while Maryland lawmakers have been in session. 3 teenagers have been killed. 15-year-old LaRon Henderson in January, 16-year-old Andre Moreno Jr. He was 16. He was killed in February, and 16-year-old Isaiah Carter in March.
And then at the end of January, a 23-year-old mother was shot and killed. Police say she was caught in the crossfire while picking up food. She was driving away with her 2 young children in the back when that bullet hit her. Her 2 sons were hurt in that car crash. And then just last month, 6 people were shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. One of the victims, Olympic boxer Ernest Hall, he died. A 15-year-old was also hurt in that shooting.
Well, this month, police say a neighbor shot 4 people in northeast of Baltimore. Here's the scene footage from the scene there where some of the victims died. Mayor Brandon Scott calling the shooting one of the most disturbing things he's been seen during his time in office.
This brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe lawmakers have done enough to address the public this session? So far, 99% of voters say no. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Elsewhere in your session 2023 coverage, lawmakers going back and forth over education spending laid out in the Kerwin education plan.
Yeah, just last week, Mayor Brandon Scott's proposed city budget, it included $79 million additional dollars for the Kerwin plan. The mayor called it a gut punch. Republicans have also criticized the plan, saying it is too expensive and doesn't guarantee better outcomes for students.
Now, Democrats have pushed back, but now it seems like lawmakers on both sides are open to the idea of tweaking this plan.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be one or two things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Are you open to changing the funding formula for locals who are worried that they can't continue to tap their reserves moving forward?
I think we're always back every year, and I think we're always open to make sure if the facts and data are there, we will address it. You know, certainly we know on May 1st when the public emergency, when the emergency is expired, there will be a change in calculations, and Medicaid will have a redetermination, and we'll see what the roles look like with the changes in qualifications. But that's why we have our interim committees.
Meanwhile, lawmakers in the Senate are expected to vote on a version of a bill for legalized marijuana today. The plan has preliminary approval, and the identical version of this bill already passed in the House on Saturday. Under the bill, adults 21 years old or older can purchase recreational pot starting July 1st, but it does not look like Marylanders will be able to order it online just yet.
Stay right here with Fox 45 News. We will have a crew in Annapolis today for complete coverage of the last day of the legislative session up until the General Assembly adjourns at midnight. Sunny die. Now download the Fox 45 mobile app where you can turn on notifications to make sure that you don't miss any of our updates. And it's not too late to make your voice heard. Just scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. That will take you to our website where we put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for your state senators and delegates, including the leaders of each chamber, pictured right there on the screen.
2 teens shot at the Inner Harbor Sunday night. Coming up, how Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the city plans to keep kids safe going forward.
Chilly start to the morning, giving way to a beautiful afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how long the nice weather will stay around. 7:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:41 is your time right now. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed your Easter weekend today. 410 day or 410. How about that? 41 your temp right now in Westminster, 32 in Cockeysville, 34 in Baltimore City. So we actually still have freeze warnings in effect through 10 o'clock this morning. That's just for some of that sensitive vegetation. Hopefully made it through the night. We didn't get really cold this morning, and our numbers are just going to keep going up from this point going forward. So as you head out the door, maybe grab a light jacket and definitely have those sunglasses with plenty of sunshine for your forecast today, and no rain on the way either. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Some people felt the need for speed this Easter at the Audubon Indoor Speedway in White Marsh. Take a look at this. Organizers say this is the Easter Bunny's cousin Fred. You'll see him dancing here coming up in a bit. And the racers had a chance to win prizes. There he is. Dance with Fred, get a package, and take a picture with Fred the Bunny. On your screen, it'll send your pictures and videos to FOX45 using that mobile app.
After a church is destroyed because of a storm, Easter radically changed for one congregation, how they overcame the challenge and hope to inspire others facing hardship.
Recruiting and retaining employees all had the results of a new survey showing what many workers want and how companies are responding.
In your consumer news, we're getting a sense of workers changing their priorities and if businesses can actually keep up.
Dee Dee Gatton with our national desk has more with this new survey that's showing lots of support for a 4-day work week.
This is really gaining traction, and experts say companies are now testing out changes to recruit and retain workers. According to a Monster survey of more than 800 workers in March of this year, 61% of workers say they'd rather have a 4 rather than the traditional 5-day work week. The survey also found 33% would quit their job to find one with a 4-day work week, and 10% would accept lower pay to make it happen.
Unfortunately, the sign-on bonuses haven't always worked
the way they were intended. They do entice people to apply, but then once people are on the job, if they're incentivized by another company's sign-on bonus, then they may end up job hopping. As we see more companies start to experiment with this, I think more companies may then try to pilot a new way, a new flexible work schedule.
And I'm told seeing jobs could be done at home or hybrid or during the pandemic has driven more companies to accommodate flexible work schedules, trying out different scenarios that fit the company's goals, from a 4-day work week and 1 day off to that 1 day being spent working from home. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
We know that we won't be able to worship in our sanctuary building as we've been used to, but it is a good morning because we are still able to worship.
This Easter is shining a light on one community member in Arkansas that's coming together, rather, despite losing their church last week during a devastating tornado. Their building is no longer standing, but the community spirit very much alive as they celebrated the holiday on Church Sunday this past Easter. Members were holding services at the Knights of Columbus Hall, and it gave a message about the new beginning for the church and the importance of being together, a symbolic message of the rebirth for the church on Easter Sunday.
We are going to carry forth, and just as that tomb was empty, that building across down the street is empty. We've moved on to this, and new life will come forth from it.
It's not clear how long they're going to stay in their temporary home, but leaders are collecting donations to rebuild the church.
7:47 is the time now. We want to find out exactly how warm it's going to get this afternoon.
Absolutely. Let's talk to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because that freeze advisory is still in effect.
Freeze warning in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. That's just because our temperatures kind of near that freezing mark. Tom, you and I were out doing some yard work. Were you doing any yard work over the weekend?
You know it. Just like, you know, that seventh inning stretch song is my morning wake-up call.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yes.
That was from Friday, yeah. It was a good weekend to be out there and get some of that yard work done. But that's the whole thing, guys, is, you know, we still have the potential to see some of these colder mornings as we get into further deep into spring. We're about 72 days away from the summer solstice, but we're going to see some very warmer numbers this week. In fact, tomorrow morning won't even be as cold as it is this morning. But that's what that freeze warning is for, essentially for some of the sensitive vegetation, some of those plants that were out overnight. You can see our live cam in Towson. The sun is up now, and the trees are really starting to come into full bloom with those flowers, and a lot of green is out there, and probably can feel that with the allergies, with the allergy numbers that are up there. 34 your temp right now in Towson. This should be as cold as we get, with numbers that will continue to rise over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Maybe transition from breakfast to brunch and get those bloodies and mimosas going on a Monday. Why not? 41 by 9 a.m. into the upper 40s through that 10 o'clock hour. Sun will be up until 7:39 p.m. You know, we're looking for a place to eat on Saturday, and I was like, I want to go to IHOP. I've been wanting to go to IHOP for a long time. And so my wife was like, fine, we'll go to IHOP. So we walked into IHOP. Nobody came to greet us, and we just stood there. And I was like, well, I guess we're not eating at IHOP. So we kept driving, and we tried to find a place. And my wife did a search, and she found a place called The Venetian in Edgewood. That place has some seriously good breakfast, and they do breakfast all day. And they greet you? They greeted us, yes. They let us come in. I mean, IHOP lost my business, man. I'm done. I'm done with that IHOP up there. So that's it. But Venetian was great, and it's a local place too. That's what I liked about that. So
all local.
All local all the time. All morning, yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about. 67, and that's 2 o'clock hour. If you want to do lunch outdoors, or maybe you want to get that happy hour on, that 5, 6 o'clock hour, getting ready for the O's game tonight. We're talking about temps in the 60s still. And check out some of these numbers up and down the 95 corridor and along central Maryland. We are seeing those numbers in the 60s today. And I mentioned the pollen forecast, the trees in that high category today. That's going to continue to be the case for the next few days. But how about firing up that grill this afternoon? The dripping meat cast, you can see those numbers in the 60s over the next couple of hours, maybe throwing some veggies on there as well for this afternoon into the evening time. So after a high of 67 today, all we do is go up, my friends. 75 tomorrow, lower 80s Wednesday, and then mid 80s as we approach this upcoming weekend.
Well, thank you, Justin. With just about 16 hours left, time is running out to get work done in Annapolis this legislative session. Coming up, why some bills aimed at protecting the public's safety seem unlikely to move forward.
But first, the Ravens make a big splash in the free agency market. How Ravens players and fans are reacting to the signing of an all-pro wide receiver. We'll tell you who he is just ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people talk over the water cooler about the moves here in football, but I think this is something to do over the coffee.
Oh, of course. It's time for a coffee break. While Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore remains uncertain, if he does stay, he could be throwing to one of the biggest names in football. Odell Beckham Jr. has announced he'll be joining the Baltimore Ravens. And a three-time Pro Bowler shared this news on his Instagram. And while he missed all of last season with a torn ACL, when he's healthy, he has the potential to be a top target on any football team, something the Ravens have been missing at the wide receiver position. The deal between the Ravens and Beckham is for 1 year and reportedly worth, get this, up to $18 million, with $15 million of that guaranteed. We still don't know who's going to play quarterback, though, for the Ravens this season, but these are some of the weapons they'll have to throw at wide receiver Odell Beckham, former first-round pick Rashad Bateman, free agent signing Nelson Aguilar, among others. And yeah, look at that.
Not bad, but it all turned to this man right here, Lamar Jackson, posting this on his Instagram story following the news about OBJ, and it appears that the two are FaceTiming. The former MVP is in the middle of contract negotiations, in case you were still under that rock with the team, but seems to be very pleased with this signing. So how do you think about what do you think about this? Well, Ravens fans flocking to Twitter, and Move Ravens saying 2 years too late, but hopefully this helps Lamar sign his deal. J.R. Knight saying that's awesome. Won't matter, though, if you all don't keep QB1 in place, then it's a waste of $18 million. and it seems like it's all about number 8, not 18. I like this for the Ravens and their fans. Fun guy to watch that will help Lamar's situation. I know it's a lot of money, but it's a one-year deal. It really doesn't make a difference here from T.T. Tucker. So a lot of people weighing in and quickly turning from OBJ right to number 8 and Lamar.
Well, on the baseball diamond, the Orioles headed into yesterday afternoon's game against the Yankees, looking to win the series. Tyler Wells getting the start for the O's, down 1-0 in the third. And Aaron Judge just clobbers this one, 416 feet away, straight center. Yankees jump out to a 2-0 lead, and they would never surrender that lead as the O's fall to the Yankees 5-3 final score.
Well, as the weather is heating up, crime tends to increase. What Mayor Brandon Scott says about his plan to keep Baltimore safe this summer.
A large crowd of kids once again gathering here in the Inner Harbor. This time it ends in gunfire. Just ahead, the very latest in this investigation, plus the action that leaders say they are taking to keep you safe.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you. April 10th here, Monday morning, and we're starting your week off on a good foot. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. A lot of you still are off, or maybe you're starting your spring break this week, the day after Easter here, and it looks like you're going to have great weather to get those kids outside to help you do yard work.
Oh, to be a kid. I wish I was one this week. But you guys are outside hanging out apparently this weekend.
We were doing yard work, right?
Doing yard work, absolutely.
Cleaned up your house,
getting it all cleaned up, ready for the new season. And the reason we have a freeze warning is because a lot of us are doing the planting and it's growing season, and we've got temperatures that are a little chilly. However, we've now warmed up to the lower 40s officially at BWI. Some of us still hanging out in the 30s right now. Beautiful shot in Towson. A lot more of that green out there on those trees as they continue to bud and sprout out all the great green leaves of the season. 38 in Bel Air. We're still hanging on to freezing at Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Columbia, but 40s for Baltimore down through Annapolis as well. Now, the freeze warning is in effect at least for the next 2 hours. Pretty much all of us here in the purple, that area in blue in the eastern Eastern Shore, you're under frost advisories this morning. So here we go. After our chilly morning, we're going to see warmer temps for the afternoon and a pretty pleasant week ahead. Those numbers are really warming up nicely. In fact, even the next couple of hours as we take you in your out and about cast, upper 40s through 10 a.m. on our way to about 60 by noontime, and mid to upper 60s is where we'll end up for our highs later today. We're back in a few minutes. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with those numbers and if there's any rain in our future. That's coming up in a few. Taylor?
All right, let's get a check of your traffic here at 8 o'clock. The Len Stoller Traffic Network. Your drive times looking fairly clear here. You've got a little bit of a longer stretch on I-95 to I-83, just 11 minutes.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people.
Injured with gunshot wounds at Pratt and Gay Streets.
That's right. The scene at the harbor just last night. You can see it over my shoulder here. But the social media post encouraged people to pop out in the inner harbor just last night.
Now, this comes just days after hundreds of young people created rowdy crowds last Wednesday. Now, Shannon Lilly is joining us live from the inner harbor this morning with the very latest in this case and the condition of those victims. Shannon?
Well, as far as we know this morning, Tom, those victims are still in the hospital. One in critical but stable condition, the other thankfully in stable condition. But this all happened after a large group of teens once again here in the inner harbor. We're told some 200 plus. They all gathered here last night, and we are told that there was a heightened police presence out here, all in anticipation of this. But the shooting happened just steps from police officers. So let's get you back to the scene video so you can see what this looked like. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison telling us just after 9 p.m. officers were busy breaking up a large fight near Pratt and Gay Streets. They were arresting a person that was involved in that fight, and that's when they heard shots ring out. A 14 and 16-year-old were hit, according to police. One of them was shot in the leg, the other was shot in the back. Now, officers then arrested two people. One of them was speeding away on a dirt bike, we're told, but officers were able to track him to police headquarters where he was found with a loaded gun. Commissioner Harrison says officers are still working to determine whether that person was connected to the shooting. But simultaneously, though, officers tracked another suspect, this one to Light and Lombard Streets. He was also arrested without incident. Now, this suspect did match the description that witnesses gave, and police are calling him a person of interest. And they tell us, Tom and Taylor, that this suspect was also found with a loaded gun, this time with a ghost gun.
Shannon, the big question now is what are leaders doing to prevent this from happening, another time?
Absolutely. That is the big question everyone's asking now, Taylor. And we did hear from the mayor on that last night. He and the police commissioner were here in the inner harbor following this incident. And the mayor says that curfews are now needed for young people. Listen.
What we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior. We're not going to continue to see our young people be harmed in the way they are. We're going to do everything in our power, and that includes making sure that we get them off the streets ourselves if need be.
So that means for kids under the ages of 14, they have to be off the streets by 9 p.m. For kids 17,
Welcome back. 8:10 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast on this Monday after your Easter weekend. Overall, a real nice day yesterday with lower 60s. We're going to be even warmer for today. Even though it's a little chilly when you step out right now, our numbers have risen into the lower 40s in Baltimore City, 44 in Woodlawn. It's back up to 34 in Cockeysville and 38 for Essex and Middle River this hour. So as you head out the door, grab a jacket this morning, but probably won't need that much at all later today. And make sure you got those shades on, too, because we got a lot of sunshine in our future. Out for a run or a jog next few hours. Temperatures in the mid to upper 40s overall, a bit cool for your jogging cast. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that over on that big green wall coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. This morning, many are looking at China as military exercise expected to continue today. Over the weekend, the nation raising alarms, sending a stern warning to Taiwan. Taking you live now from Capitol Hill, where the U.S. responds with military drills in that region. Today, the U.S. Navy says it will conduct a mission with a destroyer in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, House Republicans, they're taking the lead on confronting China's aggression. Now, Saturday, China kicked off their drills, sending several dozen warplanes and 11 warships to Taiwan. China said Sunday it simulated precision attacks on key targets in Taiwan, including tactical maneuvers by the Chinese Navy. This comes on the heels of a meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's President Friday. Plus, House Foreign Affairs Committee spokesperson, who is Michael McCall, he leads the bipartisan House on this discussion here, the delegation into the Indo-Pacific region. He did that just last week. McCall promised to help provide Taiwanese armed with the military. You see his picture right here. Help speed up weapons deliveries after China imposed a travel ban and increased military activity. Now, McCall said he met with Taiwan's president Sunday, stressing Taiwan's defense capabilities are not where they need to be to stop a hypothetical Chinese invasion. He called for the U.S. to beef up military presence in Taiwan to deter all-out war. That's the latest from our live center. Now, one of the top wide receivers in football is on his way to Baltimore to join the Ravens. The details on the team's biggest off-season move and how you are reacting online. And many want to get better with money, right? Whether that's spending less of it or earning more. Still ahead this morning, simple ways that you can maintain and get smart with your money. Time now, 8:13, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(8:16) and a gut punch. That's how Mayor Scott Scott describes the increased cost of Baltimore's Kerwin funding, a $65 million unexpected difference for city leaders. Well, joining us now with where the funds will be coming from to pay for the blueprint for Maryland's future law, and David Williams, CEO of Taxpayer Protection Alliance. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Tom. And it's coming from you. It's coming from everyone in Maryland and Baltimore City. And, you know, here's the problem. We've been talking about this for the last couple of years, right? The Kerwin Commission spending a lot of money and not really a plan in place to make sure that this money is going to the right purposes and that education is going to be addressed in a way where kids are graduating and the education system is improved. And this gut punch, he's absolutely right. But everyone bought into this, right? We had people buying into the Kerwin Commission saying more money for education. Well, more money doesn't mean better results. And therein lies the problem. And now Baltimore City is in a real pinch when it comes to money and this extra money for the Kerwin Commission and funding education.
Yeah, I mean, there's already $392 million was the
O's cast, and the A's are in town this afternoon evening time. 6:35 is that first pitch with 64 your temperature. Maybe just a light pullover in your O's gear as you head into that 7, 8, 9 o'clock hour this evening, but temperatures looking good and dry conditions. O's trying to get back on that winning track with a 4-game set against the Oakland Athletics. So here's a look at our future scan. Nice ridge of high pressure settling in for the next couple of days. You'll see a few clouds here and there Tuesday into Wednesday, but really nothing to get in your way as all of these systems are going to stay well away from us, and we're going to stay rain-free all the way through the rest of this upcoming week. Shout out to Frankie and Matt in Chestertown. Sent us a picture of Penny, and Penny's investigating that crab right there as we are getting closer to crab season for sure. So thank you so much for sending that picture in, our friends on the Eastern Shore. And overall, look at the update on the holiday countdown. Of course, we had Easter and opening day. We're 25 days out from Cinco de Mayo now. Inside of 5 weeks till Mother's Day, with Memorial Day 7 weeks from right now. That's the unofficial start to summer. 72 days until the summer solstice. And we're going to see almost summer-like conditions. I mean, Thursday and Friday, we're talking mid-80s around here. Really, our next chance for rain doesn't come until we get to the weekend. Even then, just a few scattered showers is about it. And temperatures overall staying above average for the next 7 days. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. And around the region here in Baltimore, no main issues to report at all this Monday morning. And a lot of kids are off school. Maybe they have a spring break. A lot of people are off work today celebrating the Easter holiday. See a little bit of red there, and that is in the tunnel here. And we are talking about going through the Fort McHenry tunnel, and it's just because of the volume. No issues that they're showing here on the chart. Getting enough exercise in our lives is important for our health. We all know that, but how much? Well, coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, workouts that can help you build the strength that you need just to tackle everyday life.
The Ladies Manor Steeplechase race is on the way. Barrister's not running, but Barrister is eating. We'll talk with Barrister and some of his friends coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Oh, it's so Baltimore. My Ladies Manor is gearing up for its competitive steeplechase racing. The Triple Crown, the first Triple Crown of timber racing in Maryland. And the race is happening this Saturday. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Moncton in the Hereford zone there with a whole lot more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. I got Ross and Chuck with me, and we were talking about the rich history in Maryland. Well, Ross, you say your family goes back all the way back with the family, right?
Yeah, many of the families in this area that are still involved with the horse race today started this horse race over 100 years ago.
And so, you know, I mentioned earlier, right now we don't see many people out here, but we're expecting thousands of people.
Hopefully 10
Great
to 12.
experience.
Hopefully 10 to 12,000 people have a nice day on Saturday, and we'll have a great horse race.
And so, Chuck, again, we're expecting a big turnout, but also it's a great time, great activities, but also for a great cause, right?
Yes, we have a number of medical teams that we give to, and Boy Scouts. We have some major sponsors. We have 19 corporate tents. Jones, PNC. Who else do we have corporate-wise? Brown Advisory.
Brown Advisory.
So it's a big corporate presence here, as well as the 12,000 individuals we have. You know.
And so are we seeing, you know, we talk about, I guess, post-COVID in a sense. Mm-hmm. Are the numbers back like they used to be? Are we seeing, is it growing? What's it looking like?
I think it's definitely back to where it used to be. You know, we had the lean year. There's one year we didn't have the race because of COVID. But yeah, people want to come out and enjoy the countryside and the beautiful weather and the beautiful scene of the horses running around this 3-mile race course.
And again, guys, you were talking about, now you said is this the brush?
No, this is the turf.
This is the turf.
But we run over timber races.
The timber.
16 timber fences in this race.
Okay, so there's timber, there's turf. Guys, there's a lot to learn. The best way to explain is to come out and check it out this weekend. It's going to be a great time. And again, get a chance to take this in, all for a good cause, all for a good time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And they were talking about some of the sponsors. I mean, Harford County sponsors this, Jones Junction, they're all big. And all the tents, he was just saying, that are the best seats in the house. If you can get in with those corporate tents right along that finish line, when you hear them coming around that corner, thum, 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 they're all sold out. So this is going to be a packed weekend. I'm telling you, right there at the finish, awesome. It's unbelievable hearing all the hooves come down that stretch. It's incredible. Yeah. All right, Mark, thank you.
Go ahead.
If you'd like some more information about how you can stand right next to the rails at the steeplechase, just go right over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. It'll be sunny and warm with highs in the 60s today. Our Weather Authority team letting us know how long these warm temperatures are going to stay.
All eyes on Annapolis with just hours left in the 2023 General Assembly session. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at some of the crime bills that have passed and the ones still stalling. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
I'll take you live right now to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles had a tough Easter weekend. They started off strong, though, 7-6 win over the Yankees for Friday's home opener. But then they dropped 2, even though Adley Rutschman went 4 for 4 yesterday at the plate. Tonight, they start a 4-game series against the A's. First pitch, 6:35.
Good morning to you. I mean, before that first pitch, though, we need meteorologist Justin Chambers to get out there on the field and do whatever he did last Friday.
That's right.
Whatever he did, we need that.
I was in the Yankees dugout. I had the chain, and I was doing the Hank the Bird squawk or the Oriole bird. I was like, trying to get him, and it worked. And then, Aaron Judge decides to hit a few home runs, and how the rest of that goes. But either way, a very nice afternoon is on tap for us after a morning that's a little chilly. Our Towson camera right now seeing the trees that are definitely budding out there, more of those green leaves for sure. Temps in the 30s and 40s right now for Cockeysville and Baltimore, down through Annapolis. 48 actually in Stevensville, across the Bay Bridge for you there in the Eastern Shore. So next 12 hours, numbers steadily rising to the mid and upper 60s for our highs, which will be about 3 or 4 degrees above average for this time of year. Topping out right at 67 today. We're back to the mid 70s tomorrow, and then lower 80s on the way on Wednesday. So it should be a great evening to watch some baseball here, or just do anything outdoors later today with you and the kids, or even this evening. Not bad as well. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. We do have an incident that we need to talk about. Fort McHenry, you look at the area cameras there, you're fine. It's the only incident that we need to report is 95 northbound right at Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's a collision inside the tunnel, so the right bore is gone, and you are just in long line watching the left bore hole go right past you. So make sure you stay to the left if you have to travel northbound 95 now.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people. We know this week we had a free spring break camp for young people, but what we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior.
This morning in a city in crisis, 14 and 16-year-olds are recovering after being shot at the Inner Harbor just last night. This is the second night in less than a week. Chaos has broken out at the Inner Harbor. We're continuing to press Mayor Brendan Scott on the city's crime plan as juveniles continue to get caught in the crossfire of violence in Baltimore. Topping our next half hour, we're taking a deeper dive into the violence and how the peace will be kept this summer.
Meanwhile, today is the last day of the legislative session in Annapolis. Lawmakers rushed to pass several bills over the weekend, but several still hang in the balance. And many of those GOP-led crime bills, they have stalled. But we also are looking at the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which also seems to have stalled once again. They're critical here in Baltimore, especially as we're seeing violence spike as we head into summer.
Well, lawmakers did just pass a bill that was backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are still many of those crime bills, as you were just mentioning, still up in the air.
Absolutely. Let's check in with Shannon Lilly. She's live with the status of some of the bills we've been following this season. The clock is winding down, Shannon.
Yeah, exactly, Taylor. Lawmakers only have just a few short hours now to get these bills passed because the legislative session ends today. Now, we know that the most pressing issue here in the city is the issue of crime, especially from what we saw just last night here in the Inner Harbor, the violence that broke out. And for some time, the future of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' crime bill was up in the air. Within just the past few days, though, that bill was passed by lawmakers. So if it is signed by the governor, then we know that it will increase jail time for illegal gun use. In the meantime, though, several other bills working to crack down on crime are stalling. The Violent Firearm Offender Act is one of those. It's backed by Republicans and was first introduced under the Hogan administration. And if it's passed, it would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony. Right now, it's currently a misdemeanor. Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about the bill, and he believes it would take a lot before Democrats would consider moving forward with it.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Now, another bill stalling is Senate Bill 564, and if passed, it would make the theft of a handgun a felony, punishable of up to 5 years in prison. But Deedy believes the chances of either one of these bills passing by the end of today is slim to none. Reporting live in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Meanwhile, lawmakers did pass a bill that limits where people with wear and carry permits can bring their firearms. The bill bans people from bringing their guns within 100 feet of any public place. That includes hospitals, churches, and restaurants. And some say that will reduce the growing amount of gun violence, while others say legal gun ownership is not going to curb the issue. Now, critics have called this bill unconstitutional and say it will be challenged in court if the governor does sign off on it.
Let's take a look at some of the crime that has happened while Maryland lawmakers have been in session. In fact, 3 teenagers, you see them listed out right here. 15-year-old LaRon Henderson, he was shot and killed in January. 16-year-old Andre Moreno Jr. in February, and 16-year-old Isaiah Carter, you saw he was killed in March during school hours.
And then at the end of January, a 23-year-old mother was shot and killed. Police say she was caught in the crossfire while picking up food. She was trying to drive away when she was shot and her car crashed. Her 2 young sons were inside. They were hurt in that crash. And then just last month, 6 people were shot in that mass shooting in West Baltimore. One of the victims, Olympic boxer Ernest Hall, died. A 15-year-old boy was also shot in that shooting.
Now, this month, police say a neighbor shot 4 people in northeast Baltimore, 2 of the victims dying. Mayor Brandon Scott calling the shooting one of the most disturbing things he's seen during his time in elected office.
This brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe lawmakers have done enough to address public safety this session? So far, 99% of voters say no. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people.
A shooting breaks out at the Inner Harbor as chaos returns to the streets. Just ahead, how social media played a role.
Maryland will be seeing a warming trend. Just ahead, how your work week is shaping up and what to wear for the kids if they're heading back to school. 8:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 8:41 is your time right now. 19 in front of 9 o'clock on your Monday after Easter weekend. Overall, our temperatures around the state starting to get a little bit warmer. Low to mid 40s for Baltimore, Bel Air up into Westminster. 42 in Hagerstown right now. Just stepped outside myself. Very pleasant here this morning. And all you'll need is a light jacket. But next couple of hours, you will not need that. Those temperatures steadily rising into the lower 50s through 11 a.m. and should hit about 60 by noon. So good day for lunch outdoors. Here's your 3T cast today, tonight, and tomorrow. 67, 45 tonight, not as cold, and then back to the mid 70s on Tuesday. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about our next chance for rain coming up in a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
This month is Financial Literacy Month. After the break, the best ways you can work on your budget. And still to come, Baltimore may be welcoming a Pro Bowler to the M&T Bank Stadium. How fans are reacting to this potential new face to the team. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Education is key when it comes to managing your money. Making smart decisions with your financial resources can really give you some advantage in the long term. April right now, it's National Financial Literacy Month, and certified financial planner professional Tom Sprayfry, he's with us right now so we can learn how we can all be a little smarter with our money. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Taylor. Thank you. My favorite month of the year.
Favorite month of the year, because this is the time to really make sure we're honing in on what we're doing with our own finances. What can we do to make sure we're in a better position to be more aware?
I think the last word is aware, just a general awareness of where we are financially. Too many of us are on autopilot. Money comes in, money goes out. We have no idea. This is a great month to take stock of your current financial situation.
And you have some ideas, some components to how you budget and how you advise folks to budget. What are those 6 components?
Well, I think number one, you got to understand, hey, what am I actually earning? What's coming in, after taxes? Again, you ask a lot of people, hey, what do you earn? They don't know. Then you kind of transition to spending. Where's that money going? Again, most people don't know. And then what are we saving? What are we investing? What's it look like when we borrow money? And then finally, are we fully protected? And so that's what financial this month is about, is really understanding those key 6 topics.
And so right now, across the country, we're seeing credit card rates at astronomical levels. People are obviously still spending despite the increase from inflation. How should people start to look at that issue as they kind of consider paying down those balances?
I think number one, just stop, look at your credit card bill, see where you are, see if it's at the point of, where you just really got to pump the brakes. And I think you have to look at those expenses and determine whether are they needs or wants. Are a lot of the expenses going out to eat or just things that may be frivolous? So I think that would be the one thing. And the second thing, and I personally practice this, is I literally log in Monday morning and I make a payment on my credit card. Mm-hmm. And so I'm aware of what I've spent the week before. I think that's a great practice to really be in tune. That way you're not getting hit with that surprise at the end of the month.
No surprises is the way to go. And also another thing, because we had our graphic come up, the goals that you set, this time of year with inflation the way it is, the rates the way they are, should we be tweaking our goals?
Well, yeah, absolutely. One thing that we talk about when it comes to our goals is we've got to put a price tag to them. Mm-hmm. And so, again, with things going up, maybe that price tag just went up a little bit. So really important to constantly monitor those goals and reassess them.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom.
Hey, thanks for having me. It was fortuitous. Today's my 45th birthday on FOX45. Thank you, Taylor.
And you're the numbers guy. Love it. Go ahead. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the spring-like forecast. How does it feel outside?
Yeah, not too bad. In fact, it's 4-5 for him, 4:45 here. It's 4:10 today, which is 410 day. I don't know if his area code is 410, it's the old school area code. I mean, a lot of folks have 410, but you give a thumbs up. All right, cool. So there we go, 410 for Fox 45. There we go. Our weather headlines looking like this. A lot of sunshine out there, and our numbers are going to keep climbing. So right now, we're seeing temperatures in the lower 40s. It'd be perfect if it was 45 degrees right now, but that would just be too perfect. Warmer afternoon temperatures. Those temperatures will be closer to average, and overall, a pleasant week ahead. Numbers will be in the mid to upper 60s later today. Freeze warnings still in effect through 10 o'clock this morning, and frost advisories for the eastern shore. That's just because our temperatures did dip near freezing in the overnight hours and earlier this morning. But they're going to keep climbing. So even though you are getting some of that planting done, all of the leaves and bushes and yards are looking so much nicer now. There's Hank the bird right there. On your bird is the word cast, and he's looking to hang out with his feathered friends about noon in the lower 60s and mid to upper 60s in that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour today. Checking our highs across the region. Most of us will be in the low to mid 60s and even a few upper 60s out there as well. Now, we know this time of year, those pollen numbers start going up, and trees in the high category again today. You can feel it in your sinuses and all of your sniffles and things like that. So maybe if you do those allergy pills this time of year, good time to get that into your regimen. A pilot cast, boy, I tell you, a great day to fly today, pilots, and pretty much most of this week. I'm so bummed that the Red Wagon is down for maintenance right now. But either way, eventually I'll get up there and start flying again. Visual flight rules, we're talking VFR all day today. And a good day to get the car cleaned up, too. In fact, we got the cars cleaned over the weekend. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you are good to go with no rain on the way and warmer conditions as well. And check out our future scan. Very quiet conditions up and down the East Coast. So really not much to get in our way. You'll see a few clouds rolling in late Tuesday into Wednesday, just a few high thin clouds, but not really enough to do much of anything. In fact, our temperatures are going to continue to climb each afternoon, getting a little bit warmer. Shout out to Tracy Jackson, who sent this picture in of this little puppy and kind of peering over the fence going, hey, where's spring at? I'm looking for spring. I'm looking for spring. Well, yeah, spring is definitely here when you get numbers like these. We're talking 67 today, back to the mid 70s on Tuesday as we roll that 7-day forecast, lower 80s on Wednesday, and then there are those mid 80s coming into Thursday and Friday. So definitely warmer this week. Next chance for some rain rolls in on Saturday and into Sunday. Just a few scattered showers here and there. It's not looking too prominent in terms of a bunch of rainfall that we'll be dealing with. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This really pretty picture of spring is sent in from Bunny B. And you can see the daffodils right there and that really cool blue ball. I don't know what that is, Bunny, but thank you very much for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, while Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore remains uncertain, if he does stay the team, he's going to be throwing to one of the biggest names in football. We're talking about Odell Beckham Jr. He announced he will be joining the Baltimore Ravens. The three-time Pro Bowler shared the news on his Instagram page. Now, he missed last season, all of it, because he had a torn ACL, but when he's healthy, he's got the potential to be a top target on any football team, something the Ravens have been missing at the wide receiver position. And of course, Ravens fans have already flocked to social media to weigh in on this announcement. A lot of excitement, but some folks not so sure. All right, look at this. One person saying, y'all hyping him up like he's Randy Moss. He's coming off of 2 ACL injuries. But others say, this is great, but Lamar would be way better. But what if we could have both? Who knows? Now, it just looks like this is the Ravens fans and the guy to watch that will help Lamar's situation. A lot of money, but it's a one-year deal. $18 million they're talking about. So that is the reaction here as we're following the latest updates for possibly the new teammate. Functional exercises will help you perform everyday activities. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can build the strength you need to tackle your everyday life.
And with the Ladue Topiary Gardens, again, a stop on the Horses and Hound Byway. That's right. Saw the horses, see the hounds. We'll talk about them coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
And hold your horses. We're coming right back. We just have to take a little coffee break. Topping your morning business report, Tesla is facing a class action suit over alleged privacy violations. The lawsuit claims Tesla employees accessed and shared sensitive videos and photos of customers taken by their vehicle's cameras. It adds the employees used internal messaging to share the private videos and photos from the years 2019 to 2022 for, quote, tasteless and torturous entertainment. The lawsuit is asking the court to force Tesla to pay damages. And if you're in the market for some new AirPods, now might be the best time to buy it. Apple's second-gen AirPods are on sale at Walmart and Amazon for $199. This is an all-time low price, actually, for this device. The second-gen AirPods come with better noise cancellation than the previous generations. Other new perks include better sound and built-in speaker in the case. And those speakers can help find nearby headphones if you lose them. Ugh, all the time. Now, during your next trip to Starbucks, though, you could see the company's CEO making your own coffee. Now, Tay Luxman is the new CEO. He is saying he's going to be barista once a month, and wrote that in an announcement to employees. His reasoning, though, is to keep a close culture at Starbucks, and customers and challenges that are brought up, he wants it all to be brought to his attention. Now, this comes after protests from Starbucks workers over labor issues are on the rise. America's Steals and Deals here. Stacey Bell has today your health journey and how she can share those details and a lot more you can do to lose your weight.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale. I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale, and it's going to be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
A large crowd of kids once again gathering in the Inner Harbor, and this time it ends in gunfire. Just ahead, I'll have the very latest in this investigation, plus the action that leaders say they are taking to keep you safe.
Chaos at the Inner Harbor isn't a new issue. Why some say this will have an impact on tourism.
Our temperatures have been a little chilly this morning, but we are going to be seeing nicer conditions today and later this week as well. Going to break it all down for you on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
A sunny live look over the harbor this morning where the O's, they had a rough weekend. They started off strong in that home opener, 7-6 win over the Yankees, but then dropped to 2. The Yankees, even though Adley Rutschman went for 4-4 yesterday at the plate, but tonight they're going to start a 4-game series against the A's. Doesn't mean the fans didn't come out and show their support, though. Mike Jordan sent us this photo on opening day. He was decked out in head to toe in his Orioles orange. Thanks, Mike, for sending this to us. And let's check out this out from Cheryl and Keith Heckman. They were hanging out at the game, too, as well. Hopefully many will come. More will come from us from sending those pictures. And with baseball now back in Baltimore, we want to see how you're celebrating from the ballpark. Just scan that QR code on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. You can upload your pictures and videos there.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us on this Monday, April 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's check with meteorologist Justin Chambers, because the pollen is obviously a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, allergies are a thing.
Those trees are in the high category. We all feel it out there.
Killing me, Smalls.
I know. I'm doing my best. It's going to take a while before we get some rain to kind of get the pollen out of the air, but it is definitely there, and we're definitely seeing it. Looking at more of the greenery out there from our Towson camera right now. Good morning to all of you. Seeing some green now on our map. map in terms of our temperatures because numbers are coming up a little bit. In fact, we've hit 50 degrees in Baltimore City, already up to 54 in Rosedale, still in the 40s in Brooklyn Park, and still in the 30s in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So depending on where you live, you may need a light jacket here over the next couple of hours out for a run or a jog. But numbers will continue to climb as we head to midday today. So our quick glance forecast, a high of 67 this afternoon. Those temperatures definitely closer to average. Sun will be up until 7:39 tonight. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. We're taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, where traffic is moving pretty nice so far this morning. There's a decent amount of volume, but very little incidents to report.
We're not going to continue to see our young people be harmed in the way they are. We're going to do everything in our power, and that includes making sure that we get them off the streets ourselves if need be.
This morning, in a city in crisis, a shooting breaking out at the Inner Harbor as chaos returns to the streets. Police confirming to Fox 45 News 2 young people are injured with gunshot wounds at Pratt and Gay Streets.
The scene from the Inner Harbor just last night. Dozens were gathered there in response to a social media post and encouraged people to pop out at the Inner Harbor, and came just days after hundreds of young people created rowdy scenes there on Wednesday.
Well, now Shannon Lilly. There you go, Taylor.
All right. Shannon Lilly's going to join us from the Inner Harbor with the latest in this case.
Well, as far as we know, those two teens are still in the hospital this morning. One in critical but stable condition. The other, thankfully, in stable condition. But this all comes after a swarm of young people, some 200 plus, flooded to this area of the Inner Harbor last night. Now, there was a heightened police presence out here, all in anticipation of this, we're told. But the shooting happened just steps from police officers. So let's get you back to the scene video so you can see what this area looked like last night. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison telling us just after 9 p.m., officers were busy breaking up a large fight near Pratt and Gay Streets. They were arresting an individual involved in that fight, and that's when they heard the shots ring out. A 14 and 16-year-old were hit, and according to police, one was shot in the leg, the other shot in the back. Officers then arrested two people. One was speeding away on a dirt bike, but officers were able to track him to police headquarters garage where he was found with a loaded gun. Commissioner Harrison says officers are still working to determine whether this person was connected to the shooting. Simultaneously, though, officers tracked another suspect to Light and Lombard Streets, and he was also arrested without incident. But this suspect did match the description that witnesses gave, and police do believe he's a person of interest. And they say that this person was also found with a loaded gun, this time a loaded ghost gun. Now, as far as what leaders are doing to prevent this from happening again, in a press conference last night, the mayor was talking about curfews being needed for young people. Listen.
What we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior. We're not going to continue to see our young people be harmed in the way they are. We're going to do everything in our power, and that includes making sure that we get them off the streets ourselves if need be.
So that means for kids under the age of 14, they have to be off the streets by 9. For kids up to the age of 17, their curfew is 10 p.m. unless they're with a parent. And this is the same curfew that has been in place for years. It's just now being enforced. Reporting from the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
We've also pressed the Baltimore Police Commissioner, Michael Harrison, about the city's summer crime plan. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The plan is to have a robust police presence. The plan, as you heard the mayor, is to provide alternative entertainment and alternative options for young people to have something to do. While that is happening, we will have a robust police presence to do exactly what we did, to work as hard as we can to prevent these things from happening, and if and when they do, to move swiftly to apprehend those who are responsible, like we are witnessing tonight.
Last night, the police commissioner went on to praise the department for acting quickly and apprehending the suspects. They say they were armed, but they didn't have any incidents or injuries and did not have to use force.
Chaos in and around the Inner Harbor, though, isn't a new issue. In fact, just last May, a similar situation happening right in that same area where dozens of kids were seen running through the harbor. At that time, business owners that we spoke with said they had been forced to close early, and this wasn't anything new for them. Weeks after that, Memorial Day weekend, a suspect opened fire in the harbor. Here are some scenes from that, killing one teenager, injuring another. Police eventually arresting another teen for that crime. Business owners and residents have expressed their concern that more needs to be done to improve safety throughout the Inner Harbor. A local economist agrees.
Running a restaurant in downtown Baltimore, the cost of ingredients has gone up as part of the inflationary story. Workers are difficult to find. Often commercial rents have been on the rise. It is also the case that many households are consuming food by ordering in, so there's more competition. And then on top of it, the madness and mayhem that is downtown Baltimore and Baltimore City generally, it makes business very difficult.
Well, local economist Hannah Barbara Sue, that you just heard right there, says the chaos and crime will have an impact on tourism, saying if people do not feel safe, they simply will not visit Baltimore. Fox 45 News will continue following the recent chaos in the Inner Harbor, and you can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. As far as crime goes statewide, lawmakers passing the bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, but there are several other crime bills still up in the air. One of them being the Violent Firearm Offender Act. First introduced under the Hogan administration, it would make the use of a gun during violent crime a felony, raising it from a misdemeanor. Political analyst John Deedy says Democrats would need to see even more crime before considering moving forward with that bill.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
Well, just ahead and coming up here in our 9:30, we will be taking a deeper dive into what's expected in the 2023 legislative session. The FBI, Department of Justice, and Pentagon launching investigations into a slew of classified documents leaked online related to U.S. foreign affairs, including the war in Ukraine.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill this morning. Kayla, we're learning these documents were posted well before officials were even aware of them. What do you know about this?
Well, Taylor, someone began uploading these classified documents as early as January to a small group on the social media site Discord, and they seem to have remained in this small group of about a dozen or so members until early March. That is when another user reposted the documents to another group with a much bigger audience. On Friday, the FBI launching an investigation to figure out who is behind the leak of top secret material. On Sunday, the Pentagon saying they're also reviewing and assessing the validity of these documents. Now, a U.S. official did tell CNN that they look real. A senior intelligence official telling the New York Times the leak is a nightmare for the U.S. and the allies that it shares intelligence with. Put together, these papers do provide a sense of the depth of the U.S.'s day-to-day involvement in the war in Ukraine. The documents also revealing U.S.'s efforts to spy on America's closest allies, places like Israel and South Korea. Reuters reporting South Korea plans to discuss with the U.S. the issues raised as a result of this document leak. The U.S. will host South Korea's president for a state visit later this month.
Well, Kayla, speaking of Ukraine, something that's starting to unfold similar to this. China's military now taking increasingly aggressive action towards Taiwan in response to Taiwan's president meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. So what's this latest move here with China and the U.S. moving maybe some weapons there?
Well, Tom, the Chinese military is now conducting simulated precision strikes against Taiwan during the second day of drills near the island. China State TV is reporting the drills will continue. The Chinese military sharing a short animated video of these simulated attacks on WeChat. That's a messaging app in Asia. The video shows missiles fired from land, sea, and air into Taiwan, with them exploding as they hit the island, an obvious warning to intimidate the Taiwanese. Security officials confirming Taiwan is not China's only target. They're also conducting these simulated attacks of foreign targets near Taiwan. Taiwan is continuing life as normal right now, with no obvious signs of panic or disruption as the Chinese conduct their drills. Tom, Taylor.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
The legislative session will be ending here at midnight. So we're talking about 15 plus hours from now. Coming up in our next half hour, the bills that have already passed over the week and what measures still hang in the balance.
Plus, global tensions rise between China and Taiwan. Still to come, how House Republicans are reacting to China's aggression. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Making headlines this morning, Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have killed at least 7 civilians over the weekend. Among the latest victims, a 50-year-old man and his 11-year-old daughter, who both died after Russian shelling partially destroyed an apartment. Russia is said to have targeted 18 cities this weekend. It comes after more than 30 children reunited with their families in Ukraine. Officials say there are still thousands of Ukrainian children who are illegally deported to Russian-occupied territories. And taking you now live to D.C. this morning, where the FBI, DOJ, and Pentagon, they are launching investigations into a slew of classified documents that were leaked online. It's related to United States foreign involvement. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the report.
Top secret American military documents posted online for all to see, revealing classified information relating to China, Russia, North Korea, and the war in Ukraine.
It does once again remind us of the vulnerabilities we have and probably some holes in our systems.
The documents reportedly circulating online since early March, only gaining international attention late last week. A U.S. official telling CNN they look real. A senior intelligence official telling the New York Times the leak is a nightmare for the U.S. and the allies it shares intelligence with. Put together, these papers provide a sense of the depth of the United States' day-to-day involvement in the war in Ukraine.
The White House has wanted to play that down because one of President Biden's mandates here is we're not a direct combatant, we're not pulling triggers, we're not sending troops. But it turns out we're doing everything but.
Concerns raised over the impact the leak could have for Ukraine, revealing potential battlefield weak points and military strategy.
I think the Ukrainians will be smart enough to figure out how to address this. I don't see it as a terrible change for them.
Following news of the leak, Ukrainian President Zelensky holding a meeting to focus on implementing measures to prevent additional leaks of information regarding their defense forces. The documents also reveal U.S. efforts to spy on America's closest allies like Israel and South Korea.
The biggest damage is on the trust that we have with our allies.
Reuters reporting South Korea plans to discuss with the U.S. the issues raised as a result of the document leak. The U.S. will host South Korea's president for a state visit later this month. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez taking a strong stance on recent ruling from a Texas federal judge that suspended the FDA's approval of the abortion pill.
Well, the New York Democrat wants the Biden administration to ignore it.
This ruling is an extreme abuse of power. It is an extraordinary example of judicial overreach. The grounds of the ruling are just completely discredited and without grounds.
Well, the Congresswoman is not the only Democrat to make remarks like this. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden said the FDA has the authority to ignore the ruling, but Republicans are threatening action if the Biden administration does.
The House Republicans have the power of the purse, and if the administration wants to not lead this ruling, not live up to this ruling, then we're going to have a problem. And it may become a point where House Republicans on the appropriation side have to defund FDA programs that don't make sense.
It's unclear whether the White House will go as far as ignoring the ruling, but the Secretary of Health and Human Services did say every option is on the table. Oh, above average temperatures starting off our week warm. And oh my gosh, I think we're heading into the 80s zone this week, right?
Yeah, a little bit later on. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about warm Thursday and Friday.
The best decade of music of all time, the 80s.
The 80s?
The best music of all time comes from the 80s. Fight me on it. Go ahead. Let's go.
Ready. She's growling over here.
Growl all you want there. Yeah,
I think
growler.
it's the 90s.
Get out of here. What, Nirvana? Pearl Jam? Come on.
Come on. The 90s was a good, 90s best for hip hop, maybe rock and pop.
No, and hip hop, the best for hip hop was the 70s and 80s. Come on.
All right.
50 years ago, hip hop started, 73. It was a good year. But the 80s have the best music, I think. So our Towson camera, good morning to you. It's zoomed in, and check out some of the greenery on those trees. And we know those allergies are out there, the trees being the biggest offenders here with all of that pollen and just all of the budding and all that spring that is happening. 50, your current temperature in Towson. I'm 50. No wind to speak of at this time. And overall, numbers are going to stay into the lower 50s next hour if you're hanging out there at Cross Street Market in Fed Hill. Numbers near the mid to upper 60s for this afternoon, and then taking you to that 4 and 5 o'clock hour if you're doing happy hour on a Monday. Overall, not too bad. We're keeping those numbers right there in the 60s for this afternoon. Check out some of these numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties. A lot of us in the low to mid 60s, even some upper 60s for downtown Baltimore, 65 in Dundalk. Keeping those 60s going for you in the low to mid 60s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up toward Northeast and Hartford and Cecil counties, right up the 95 corridor. And up and down, again, if you want to keep going to Philly and New York or down to D.C., those numbers staying mainly in that above average or near average category, even close to 70 in Cumberland for Western Maryland this afternoon. Great evening for some baseball with your O's cast. I got to get in shape. It hurt a little bit. First pitch at 64 degrees. That's at 6:35 tonight. The A's are in town for the next 4 games. A's coming in with a 2-7 record. So hopefully the O's can get a nice little 4-game sweep. That would be excellent before they head to Chicago at the end of the week. Our outdoors cast, Betty the Butterfly, looking good. We're talking about Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Green lights, and that warm week is going to be ahead of us as well. Our future scan with that nice ridge of high pressure, that's going to keep things high and dry. Overall, not tracking much in the way of any precipitation. You'll see a few clouds later this week, but not much to get in your way. Mother's Day, we're just inside of 5 weeks now on your holiday countdown. 34 days for mom. 7 weeks from today is Memorial Day, and we're just 72 days out until the summer solstice. So spring, but feeling a little more summer-like as we head later into the week. Those mid-80s into Thursday and Friday. We do have another chance for rain. It's not much, but we do have our next chance for rain. Doesn't come until we get to Saturday and Sunday for this upcoming weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and a lot of issues to report so far this morning. It's been a pretty quiet morning. In fact, one of the only issues that we need to talk about right here is Fort McHenry traveling northbound 95. The right tunnel, there was an accident. Now, you're still getting by. One lane's getting by on the right border. The left side is also, but there's some blockage there in that area. Former Super Bowl champion flocking his way to Baltimore. Coming up in the next half hour, how this may influence Lamar Jackson to want to stay and play in Charm City.
Plus, a local bagel shop hopes you round up your support for a nearby children's hospital. After the break, how you can donate and help support this hospital. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Lifebridge Health at THB Bakery and Deli.
Oh my goodness, come on. 3 different spreads. How much is this box right here if you were getting
$49.95.
$49.95. Come on, we've got a price now. When you visit THB, just round up a little bit, all to support the Samuelson Children's Hospital at Sinai. All month long, you can help raise funds for healthcare resources in the greater Baltimore community. Director of Marketing and Brand from THB, Sarissa Costa, and she is Director of Central Services from Lifebridge Health, Kelly Meltzer. They are joining us right now. And Sarissa, tell us a little bit. We just said this one's $49, but you can round up for a bagel too, right?
You can round up anywhere. So if you order online, you can round up. That's on our website. And if you go into the store and order on the kiosk or at the cashier, you can also round up to raise money.
And this is something really easy. You're out at THB anywhere and they just say, hey, would you like to round up? It's just a few cents sometimes, and you can do that. Or you can not round up. You can just say, hey, here's an extra 20 for it.
You could absolutely do that. We will take an extra 20 for Lifebridge.
Yep. And it's all for Lifebridge. And what are those little cents or maybe a couple dollars here? How do they help children?
Well, our Herman and Walter Samuelson Children's Hospital at Sinai, we have 16 subspecialties, and we treat, the littlest babies in our NICU all the way to specialties in our oncology department and anything in between.
Oh, okay. So it can go anywhere that Sinai deems fit, where the necessity warrants.
In our children's hospital, yes. The rounding up is for our children's hospital.
Yeah, round up for the kids, right? And why not take them to THB, get the kids a bagel, and then be able to round up a little bit here. We were talking about, let's pick out our favorite one. Which is your favorite here?
Everything.
You're going with everything?
Every time. Every time. Or egg everything. Amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Not the. I used to work at one of your competitors, Einstein Brother Bagels.
So disappointed.
Back in the 90s when they didn't have good music, and so we had Justin's like cinnamon raisin. I'm telling you, and then the cheese bagels.
The cheese Asiago.
Asiago?
Yep.
Come on, Asiago pretzels and everything. So you buy an Asiago pretzel. Back then they were like 75 cents. You throw a quarter on, and you're helping the kids just by putting it around.
Exactly. And Kelly can talk more about it, but all the money stays in the community for our community's kids.
Yeah, that's incredible. Keeping it local, and we are the local station. So, Kelly, tell us how you were saying a little bit here, but one thing in particular, like just easing the kids' minds when they're there at Sinai.
So we're very, very proud of our child life therapy program, and child life therapists help the kids kind of stay kids while they're in the hospital being treated for whatever they're there for. And
it's a scary world walking into a hospital.
It is.
Yeah.
And kids are there with, IVs and all sorts of things. So to let them still be kids and play and color and have toys and have movies is really, really important. And so
all that from buying a round bagel and rounding up, right?
Exactly true.
HB Bagels, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very easy, yeah. Really easy thing for you to do, and why not enjoy the coffee with a bagel outside today? Sunny skies, highs in the upper 60s begin the work week. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers still fighting about that 80s music. He has how long the sun will last before we see our next round of showers.
All eyes on Annapolis with just hours left in the 2023 General Assembly session. Just ahead, we're going to talk about the crime bills that have passed and the ones still stalling.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
And good day to you, Baltimore. It's April 10th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and there was a box of bagels, and I don't. Oh, it is still over there.
Oh,
yes.
we've got bagels.
Ah, it's a good
We've
work
got
week.
bagels and we've got good weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers to look at your forecast.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good out there, guys. Overall, our temperatures keep climbing. So we had the colder numbers earlier this morning. That freeze warning actually expired already. So it's expired early instead of going all the way until 10 o'clock, a half hour early. It's still something, but really pretty shot here. I love this new shot that we found on our sky cam there with the flags on the other buildings. Looking good. Just a little bit of a light breeze out there, but nothing but clear skies. Warmer afternoon, temperatures closer to average for this time of year, and overall a pleasant week ahead as we look at Carlos the Crab, and he's like, yeah, we got a 5 on the Crabcast for today. Why not? A happy crab for sure, with numbers today that are going to be in the low to mid and even upper 60s with plenty of sunshine across the area. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
We are going to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the lives of our young people. We know this week we had a free spring break camp for young people, but what we are not going to tolerate is this kind of behavior.
Well, this morning in a city in crisis, a 14 and 16-year-old are both recovering after being shot at the Inner Harbor just last night. This is the second night in less than a week. Chaos has broken out at the Inner Harbor. And we're continuing to press Mayor Brendan Scott on the city's crime plan as juveniles continue to get caught in the crossfire violence in Baltimore. Topping our, starting off this half hour, taking a deeper dive into the violence and how the peace will be kept this summer.
Meanwhile, today is the last day of the legislative session in Annapolis. Now, over the weekend, lawmakers passed several crime bills. Some dealt with violent repeat offenders, like those have stalled. The bills that are especially important here in Baltimore because of the violence we're seeing in the Inner Harbor.
Lawmakers did just pass a bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. But there are several more crime bills that are still up in the air.
Shannon Lee joins us with the status of those bills as the clock winds down.
Yeah, lawmakers now just have hours left in this legislative session to get these bills passed. And of course, top of mind here in the city is the issue of crime, especially by what we saw just last night here in the Inner Harbor, the violence that broke out. And so for a while, the future of City State's Attorney Ivan Bates's crime bill was up in the air, but just within the last few days, lawmakers did pass it. And so that means if the governor signs it, it will increase jail time for illegal gun use. In the meantime, though, several other bills working to crack down on crime are stalling. The Violent Firearm Offender Act is one of them. It's backed by Republicans and was first introduced under the Hogan administration. It would make the use of a gun during a violent crime a felony. Right now, it's currently a misdemeanor. Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about the bill, and he believes it would take a lot before Democrats would consider moving forward with it. Listen.
It would take some dramatic changes of increases in crime and violence to probably get them to move in that direction.
And another bill stalling is Senate Bill 564. It would make the theft of a handgun a felony, punishable of up to 5 years in prison. But Deedy believes the chances of either of these bills passing by the end of today is slim to none. Reporting in the Inner Harbor, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Meanwhile, lawmakers passed a bill limiting where people with wear and carry permits can bring their firearms. The bill bans people from bringing a gun within 100 feet of a public place like a hospital, a church, restaurants, movie theaters. And some say that will help reduce the growing amount of gun violence we're seeing in the city. But others argue going after legal gun owners is not going to stop criminals. Critics call this bill unconstitutional and say it will be challenged in court if the governor signs off. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe lawmakers have done enough to address public safety this session? So far, 99% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, elsewhere in your session 2023 coverage, lawmakers going back and forth over education spending laid out in the Kerwin Education Plan.
Just last week, Mayor Brendan Scott proposed the city's budget, and in it includes $79 million additional dollars for the Kerwin plan. The mayor called it a gut punch. Republicans have also criticized the plan as saying it's too expensive and does not guarantee better outcomes for students.
Now, Democrats have pushed back, but now it seems lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are open to the idea of tweaking this plan.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be one or two things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Are you open to changing the funding formula for locals who are worried that they can't continue to tap their reserves moving forward?
I think we're always back every year, and I think we're always open to make sure if the facts and data are there, we will address it. You know, certainly we know on May 1st when the public emergency, when the emergency is expired, there will be a change in calculations, and Medicaid will have a redetermination, and we'll see what the roles look like with the changes in qualifications. But that's why we have our interim committees.
Meanwhile, lawmakers in the Senate are expected to vote on a version of a bill for legalized marijuana today. That plan already has preliminary approval, and it's the identical version of a bill that passed on Saturday in the House. Under the bill, 21 years old, adults older than that can purchase legal marijuana. That begins on July 1st, but it doesn't look like Marylanders will be able to order it online just yet.
Now, this morning, many are focused on China as military exercises are expected to continue today. In fact, over the weekend, the nation raising alarms, sending a stern warning to Taiwan. Well, taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where the U.S. responds with military drills in the region. Today, the U.S. Navy says it will conduct a mission with a destroyer in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, House Republicans are taking the lead on confronting China's aggression. In fact, Saturday, China kicked off drills, sending several dozen warplanes and 11 warships toward Taiwan. And China said Sunday it simulated precision attacks on key targets in Taiwan, including tactical maneuvers by the Chinese Navy. Well, this comes right on the heels of a meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Taiwan's president that happened Friday. Plus, House Foreign Affairs Committee spokesperson Michael McCaul, as you see right here, will lead a bipartisan House delegation to the Indo-Pacific region last week. Now, McCaul promised to help provide Taiwanese armed forces with additional training and then speed up weapons deliveries after China imposed a travel ban and then increased military activity. McCaul also said he met with Taiwan's president Sunday, stressing Taiwan's defense capabilities are not where they need to be and to stop a hypothetical Chinese invasion. He called for the U.S. to beef up military presence in Taiwan to deter an all-out war. That's the latest from our live center.
A tradition like no other, the Masters. The headline that stood out in Augusta that has the entire golf world disheartened. That's coming up just ahead.
And we're at Ladue Gardens again, the Topiary Gardens. Now, we call it this area the Horse and the Hound Byway. You see the horse, and then you see the hounds. We'll be talking about that, what it really means coming up. There's the fox right there. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
9:40, and it is so Baltimore. One of the state's oldest and competitive timber races returns to benefit the Manor Foundation.
My Ladies Manor Steeplechase race is happening this Saturday. Be More Lifestyle Host is there right now ahead of the big event. Tell us what we can expect.
Well, guys, we're down the street at Ladue Topiary Gardens because we're tying it all in. Now, Abby Scissors Hands is Abby. She's the one who does this kind of stuff. So, Abby, with this, this is one of the most popular areas of our garden, correct?
Yes, it is. This is their iconic hunt scene, and it was established in the early 1960s by Mr. Ladue. He loved fox hunting and steeplechase and moved down here to Maryland from New York. And it was his favorite sport.
Awesome. And so now Megan's going to tie it all in. This is why we're here, Megan, because we're out at the steeplechase, and now we're here, which is right down the road, because...
Well, we have the Horse and Hunt Scenic Byway in the state of Maryland.
That's right.
And in Harford County and all throughout the state, you can stop and either learn a lot more about the different fox hunting that happens with the hounds. We just saw a ton of hounds not too long ago, and
That's right.
They're all preparing. And then you also have the steeplechase, which again is something that so many people come out and love. We can expect to see thousands of people out here next weekend.
That's right.
Yep, and you can learn more at Maryland's website. Visit Harford website to find everything you need to know.
And that's the thing. Again, Maryland has a rich history of horse racing, and of course, Ladue has to be credited with some of the influence of the fox hunting, guys. So all that right down the street from each other, taking it. And Tom, you know all about it because you told us some stuff we didn't even know earlier.
Well, I live in that area, so when you go by a lot of the farms there, Mark, it's weird because I kept asking him, like, why did the fences all of a sudden have a break in them? And they say, where are you from? It's fox hunting around here, and the timber race is just incredible. Triple Crown Timber Race starts this weekend. Yeah, beautiful weekend for it. Thanks, Mark. If you'd like some information about how you can go out and see this is incredible racing from horse racing. If you've never seen a horse race, it's fun to watch. FoxBaltimore.com/newslinks.
A mild Easter weekend, but a big warm-up is heading our way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know how warm it's going to get by the end of your work week.
Getting exercise, critical for our health. We all know that, but doing the exercises the right way, really what counts. Coming up after the break, workouts that can help build your strength and stamina to handle everyday activities of your life. Watching Fox 45, Good Day Baltimore right now, 9:43 is the time.
All right, you want to train your body with everyday activities that you perform, like sitting up, getting down, lunging. We've got the director from Brick Bodies, Jen Wall, to show us how we should be performing these kind of movements in our everyday life, because posture matters, right?
Absolutely. So yeah, we're going to talk about functional movements today. So functional movements are movements that guide our everyday life.
Okay.
So there's 7 movement patterns, and we're going to take you through each one of those and just kind of assess where you are.
All right.
So we'll just kind of quickly announce what they are. So we're going to squat, lunge, hinge, push, pull, rotation, and gait, which is more or less how we walk.
Okay.
So we're going to start with the first one, which is squatting. So we're just going to do a body weight squat. So we're going to actually sit back into those glutes. So the biggest mistake people make is leading knees over toes. So just think about you're simulating sitting in a chair. So you're going to kind of just sit back into that chair, lead with the glutes, and then stand up.
Okay, you want to keep your bottom back, is what you're
Bottom
saying.
back, get that bottom back. So kind of sit back in that chair, take it back, and then stand up.
Okay.
Okay.
And so what else for the lunges? Is there something we should be keeping in mind?
So number 2 for the lunge, basically we want to kind of keep that torso nice and tall.
Yes.
So a lot of people kind of bend over, and we're going to do a forward lunge today. So it's taking our body out of plane. So we're going to take that right leg and we're just going to come forward and we're going to lunge it down.
Okay.
Same thing again, making sure that knee does not go over that toe.
Oh, I'm so wrong then. Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
So you don't want to kind of be forward in that. So nice tall spine and then bring it back. So that really assesses someone's balance, because you're kind of taking that body out of plane. So the next one we're going to do is hinge. So I'll give you the dumbbells.
All right.
So we're going to do a deadlift.
8 pounds.
8 pounders. So everybody loves a deadlift, but a deadlift has to be performed correctly. So we're going to take their shoulders, we're going to set them back, lead with your chest, and you're just going to ride those dumbbells in the front, down your legs, hinging over. So again, kind of, it's going to follow the plane of your body. So that's what people do. They feel like the weights have to be kind of out here, but just roll them down your body. Just roll them down, and then just stand back up.
Is this good for stretching as well? I feel a little bit of a stretch.
It is good. So this trains your entire posterior chain, which is your hamstrings, really going to hit that lower spine. So it's a great exercise, but definitely one that you kind of want to make sure I tell people to kind of use. If you're not with a trainer, the mirror is your friend.
Okay.
So kind of just standing kind of parallel to a mirror and kind of watching your body.
I'm going to hand these back to you.
Absolutely.
Okay. What is next?
So next is the good old push-up. Okay, so you're in a beautiful dress. We're not going to make you kind of sit down, but we can use simple things. I mean, you can kind of come, I know this is a screen, but you can use any kind of plane or whatever. So push-ups don't have to be performed, and I'll kind of do the example since you're in a nice little dress today. So taking the push-up down, we're going to come down, and you're going to want to make sure that your palm lines up with your shoulder, so a nice line. And you're just going to bring your body down and then push it back up.
Okay.
So people that struggle with that can break it to the knees. So you can come with your knees, again, leading with your chest, bringing it down, and pushing it up.
And a strong hollow-bodied position. That's
nice,
great.
strong. And then the wall is your friend. So if that's too much for you, you can start at the wall.
All right.
Very easy.
All right. We have so many more movements we need to focus on, but let's check our weather for now, because I think that it's going to be a kind of day when we can work out outside probably. By the end of the week, you'll be sweating outside at this point, right, Justin?
No doubt about that. Yeah, great day to do those exercises outside in the park or in your backyard or on the porch, whatever you got, because we want to get some of that fresh air. Even though we got some pollen in the air, or a lot of pollen actually, with the high pollen counts out there, especially with those trees. Weather headlines, though, looking pretty good as we look out over the Inner Harbor right now. 50 is your current temperature, on our way to the 60s this afternoon, mid to upper 60s at that. And those numbers a lot closer to average for this time of year. Overall, a pleasant week is ahead for us. So golfers out there hitting the links after you get that stretch on and get ready for your round. We're talking about numbers in the lower 60s through noontime and into the mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. Check out some of these high temps. The average this time of year is 64. Most of us will be near or even slightly above average. A few of those lower 60s for you on the eastern shore down through Easton, and right about 60 in Annapolis for today. Speaking of the allergy levels, the trees, the biggest offenders in that high category. Not necessarily grass, weeds, or mold just yet, but grass on the field, play ball on your O's cast as the A's are in town here, starting a 4-game set at home. So first pitch tonight is at 6:35 at Camden Yards. 3 night games, and then we have an afternoon game coming up on Thursday before the O's head out of town over towards Chicago. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking visual flight rules, VFR conditions all day long. And if you want to get the cars cleaned up, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 3 greens across the board as we're looking pretty good. Going to stay rain-free here with this nice ridge of high pressure anchored in place and keeping us high and dry. Not much to get in our way. A couple of clouds rolling through Tuesday into Wednesday, but other than that, we'll be seeing some very nice conditions here and, again, staying rain-free. Like this little guy right here, Tracy Jackson sent this picture of this puppy going, hey, where's spring at? Spring is basically sprung. We're definitely seeing that. When you look at the 7-day forecast, check out these numbers today. 67 for your high, mid-70s tomorrow, lower 80s Wednesday, and then we've got the mid-80s on the way into Thursday and Friday. Next chance for any kind of rain comes as we head toward the weekend.
All right, we have some breaking news for you real quick. We were just been following this. This is out of Louisville, Kentucky, where they were saying there was an active aggressor, is the way that was labeled before, inside a banking thing. This is brand new images. We're just starting to see glass smash. We're hearing that is at a banking building, and that is taking place here in Louisville, Kentucky. Now, this is probably the closest we've been able to see bullet holes there, and so police have sworn. We're talking about a massive police presence here. If I can take another camera here, just bear with me. You can see just how many police are present around here. This is one section down further from that scene that we just showed you here, and a reporter's been stepping in here as well. But then we also have scenes from the hospital, and they were showing that a couple different ambulances coming there. So they're saying multiple casualties, according to Louisville Police Department and Metro Police here, and they're saying that there's media staging areas, reports of an active aggressor. And let me take us back to that live scene again here. Let's just pull back a little bit. Those were the windows we were just showing you smashed out. Not sure how many casualties, but we'll continue following this and, of course, update you today at midday and also on FoxBaltimore.com.
It was an eventful weekend down in Augusta at the Masters, but the biggest headline was arguably Tiger Woods withdrawing from the tournament. He has a foot injury, he says. The 5-time Masters champion made the announcement on Twitter just moments before the 3rd round was slated to start. Woods suffered severe leg injuries back in that car crash in 2021 and has since undergone multiple surgeries on his back. Woods has only played competitively once this season, and the build-up to the tournament, he told reporters, he doesn't play or practice as much as he used to. At the end of the day, Spaniard John Ram wins his first ever green jacket, though, for the Masters after burying his putt on the 18th hole, walking away with a $3.2 million. Your Monday afternoon will be gorgeous this afternoon. You're going to see temperatures in the 60s, sunny skies as well. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to track that 10-day forecast.
Welcome back. Looking right down the Patapsco, a 395. Beautiful conditions this morning. Lots of sun out there. And overall, our temps not looking too bad. In fact, warmer today, about 5 or 6 degrees warmer than yesterday. Mid-70s tomorrow. We've got 80s on the way later this week. And then it will be a little bit cooler the weekend. We'll track the potential of a couple of showers. And then overall, next week will be cooler as well. So you got to warm up that bagel, Tom.
We could round up the 67, just make it 70 today.
Just rounding
up for kids, right? That's
Round
not
up.
bagel.
Yeah,
round
I
it
like
up.
that with the bagels. Round up. I get
Let's
it.
round it up, folks. Let's let
Wrap
them
it
have
up
their
and
day.
round it?
Yeah, wrap it up and round them.
She wants a bagel. She doesn't want to eat on air. We don't care.